Right. I just got the sign that we are good to go. Welcome to all of you to the August 16th, 2021 Salina City Commission meeting. I will first request that staff has provided the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice.
Yes.
Thank you very much. With that, we will proceed with roll call, please.
Mayor Hodges.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Peck.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
For all those who are able, please rise and join us in a pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, indivisible. Thank you. All right, we don't have any awards and proclamations today, so we will proceed to Citizens Forum. Citizens Forum is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the commission on any item that doesn't appear on today's agenda. I would just ask that you identify yourself and by name and where you're from, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. And with that, I will turn it over to all of you. And from the crowd size, I guess we probably have a few people who would like to speak at Citizens Forum today.
Hello, I'm Carity Robbins. I think I've met most of you in person at different times in life, and I appreciate you hearing me today. I'm the person who got this whole Please Save the Stadium thing started on Facebook. I will just give a little bit of background about that. It started with me. I did find out about this after it happened in March, but didn't say anything about it at that time. It started with me lamenting with sadness that it certainly felt like a significant portion of our community was being discarded with that. And what I was surprised about was that Facebook post went viral. And so I went ahead and put the petition out to see how much support there was. And I think you all would agree there's been a significant amount of support to save our stadium. At this point, we're at around 5,300 signatures, which is more than voted for any one commissioner, city, or county. So I think that says a lot about how little voter participation we have in and of itself. And I hope that we can do better this year, this next election. But what I want to say about that stadium is that it's an entertainment venue as well as a sports venue. And replacing it with a soccer stadium will not affect as many Salinans as that stadium does, or not soccer. I'm back on the last project. Tennis complex will affect a fewer number of Salinans than that stadium does. Nearly 100% of citizens in this city have been to an event there. That is something that is a significant cultural part of this city. And a lot of people feel a fair amount of attachment to it. I would like to know from the city commission how much the city is allowed to spend on a project without taking it to a public vote, as it does seem like there hasn't been a significant amount of public input on this particular issue. As well as that, it's a place that really represents the blue collar people of this town and the culture of this town as it has been in the past. And no problem with another project getting something built in this city and making improvements. But as it is our only rodeo arena in the city of Salina, it is our only arena standing for any ag reason in the city of Salina. We would hate to see support for it go and affect all of the businesses that spectator events bring to Salina. It definitely could have been utilized better and it could be utilized better in the future as well. And I think there are more people who are willing to talk about that. So I appreciate the 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robbins. And in terms of how much the city can spend on a given project, a lot of it is tied to our ability to bond for a certain amount, correct? In terms of if we're going to do like a parks and recreation project, for example, we have a set limit statutorily of
Mhm.
what we can bond for. And we have to
What is
change
that
our
limit?
charter ordinance in order to do that.
It varies by project. I don't know off the top of my head. There, as the mayor
Right.
indicated, there's a charter ordinance that calls out categories, and it also relates to bond financing. So in this particular case, it's a contribution to a larger project being funded privately. And so the city's share of it's relatively small compared to the overall project cost.
Were there a project this large, a PPP organized with an arena in mind that the public could use as a public entertainment venue, which would obviously have more of a financial impact on Salina than something that is not an entertainment, that people don't necessarily pay to come see? Would the city support monetarily in the same fashion an arena project of this size?
I think that, I think I feel pretty safe saying this for the whole commission, that we're very cognizant of our rural and our agricultural heritage. And it was something that prompted a lot of discussion with the county commission. And I think City Manager Scragg has made it pretty clear in his communications with us. And I don't know what's out there in the community in terms of what our role has been with Tri-River Stadium. So that was something when we were renegotiating the Expo Center lease, that's really something that was left up to the county commission.
Yeah.
So,
And that expo is, it's always important to point out to people who aren't necessarily aware, it is not an arena. It's a building
no,
that we
yes,
sometimes set up a temporary arena in.
Right.
So there will not be an arena in the
Right.
city of Salina once this is torn down for these types of events. And I guess my question is, since arenas can have a much more positive impact economically on a city because they're spectator sports that they draw, because of the impact that it would have on area businesses. We have a new Atwoods going in, we have Orchland's Tractor Supply, multiple businesses that are affected in addition to food and fuel, the amount of fuel that people buy would affect this community. Would we get the same support if we were to organize a PPP for that type of event?
If I may,
yes.
Would that fall under the same category?
well, one of the aspects of the public-private partnerships that we've entered into, our facilities are built and then they're given to the city for operation and maintenance. So baseball, basketball, soccer, tennis are right in the wheelhouse of our parks and recreation programming. Rodeo arenas and agricultural events are not something that the city typically does. So our conversations have been with the county and what they wish to do with the rodeo grounds and the expo center. Just generally, we're not in the business of sponsoring ag events.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I put a lot of research into that as well, and how other cities manage their arenas in their towns. And most there is a partnership between the city and the county, and costs are usually fairly evenly distributed between the two because of the positive economic impact that arenas tend to have on the city.
Yeah, and I can't speak for the county. I know in the 4+ years that we've been having these conversations, they gave quite a bit of thought to the points that you're making, and as well as what they wish to invest in. And so they are investing in the Expo Center, and Ag Hall is an arena. I don't know what their intentions are with it.
It's actually a building. There aren't the arena has bucking chutes and roping chutes and cattle pens, and that's not in Ag Hall. So basically what has to happen for a function there is we have to set up a temporary arena in there, which is fairly cost prohibitive for most of it. So, yeah. And to your point, it is kind of the understanding that the city required a significant monetary amount of improvements on the stadium that the city owns by the county in order for them to negotiate that? Is this?
Yeah,
Well,
we could be here for quite a
Yeah,
while.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So-
a pretty long history, and I would love to visit with you further
Mhm.
and hopefully set up something with staff where we can kind of go through that timeline, but the long and the short of it is, this is something that we negotiated for literally for years, and I'm not sure that we can get it, we can address it in this forum today.
I think the majority of Salinans were not aware that the stadium had to come down for the new tennis complex to
Right.
happen. And so, yes, it's unfortunate that this is all happening at this late of time. But that being said, it's important to note that this does not seem to be something that Salinans are in favor of.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Jason Bell. I live west of Salina. Former Sling County Expo employee. I am kind of on the same line with Carity. I come from a ranching rodeo background and wanted to really kind of speak up during my time with the county, but unfortunately I couldn't because there's conflicts of interest there, evidently. I just don't think during all those years that you were talking about that the arena and stadium were represented to you correctly. It was told to commissions and city and county both that that arena was only used once a year. And that's pretty fair. I think that's what you was told during the fair. And I know that we had several people call to want to book events there throughout the year, but we're told no for other reasons that I'm not really willing to talk about. But so that arena could have been used year round because other events wanted to rent it in the wintertime and just have porta potties. They didn't need water, we can rough it. I do believe that the economic impact on that arena, if managed correctly, would far exceed anything that a tennis court can bring in the city of Salina. I also know that during those talks, I believe there was a chance for, or maybe a committee put together to try to privately fund some money to do some upgrades to the stadium. You would have to help me to make sure and go through that timeline again, but I recall hearing that. My question is who was put in charge of setting up those committees and who was on those committees? Because I can promise you that I wasn't on a committee, and I'm rodeo orientated and livestock orientated. And I can promise you that Carity Robbins wasn't put on a committee, and she's rodeo and livestock orientated. And I can also promise you that we probably could have raised the money. But I also am kind of flabbergasted that during a COVID lockdown, that this kind of got pushed through on a Zoom meeting and public wasn't really able to know about it or speak about it. And I think that maybe we could relook that back up and see what the public has to say about it. The arena's not down yet. The stadium's not down yet. People say it's too late. I say it's never too late. Let's take a look. If it's not demolished yet, let's take a look at it and see what people got to say about it. I know that there's a young lady called Deidre Moran and I are putting on an event in Odin, Kansas, and it's called the Sidewinders, Bulls and Barrels. That arena and stadium had not been used in 22 years. And we've rejuvenated it. We rebuilt it. We got it going. Our first event was April of this year. We bring in over 1,500 people every time we have a bull ride in there. If that arena was managed correctly, I can promise you it would show a revenue, not only to us, but to the city. Think about how much money that comes in. You know, a diesel truck, you go fill a diesel truck up with fuel, it's $100. You fill up a little bitty car that's hauling 2 tennis players, 40 or 50. I'm just telling you. Anyway, and I'd be more than happy to sit down and talk with any of you on a one-on-one basis and kind of give you some more input, some background.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bell.
Rosemary Mai from Salina. With the controversy over the tennis courts there at the arena there, what is the plans for the old swimming pool that is sitting there next to it? Why couldn't have that swimming pool been used for this tennis courts if we need? Is there any plans at all to use that old swimming pool, or is it just going to sit there and let vehicles park there?
Ms. Mai, we're going to be, as I understand it, repurposing the municipal pool building itself. And then the pool will be filled in and it will be part of the tennis complex. It will basically have a tennis court over the side of the old pool. Yep.
Linda Lilly from here in Salina. I am very proud to say that we were lucky to get Equifest here. And I think it's important for the commissioners to realize that the Expo Center is a great place. The Expo offers a lot. And that's why Justine from the Kansas Horse Council brought Equifest here. But I do know that I did my homework and I checked over 2 years in a row now. They've accessed over $1 million of economic impact into Salina for Equifest. If we lose that outdoor arena, are we going to lose Equifest? I don't know. Justine needs places to have cattle. That's been a great place. Are there going to be temporary pens put up where she could maybe do that? It's just important to realize that's a huge, huge event for Salina to have, being housed in Wichita for many years and also in Topeka. So I wish you guys would at least reconsider, maybe we can come up with a happy medium and have both over there, because somebody quoted to me today, and I don't know, I've not counted the tennis courts in Salina, but if there's 30 tennis courts in Salina, what's going to happen to those? Do we really need brand new tennis facility in here when we've got existing courts, and why not fix those up and keep the tennis facilities in the parks where they got dilapidated? Why? Why didn't Parks and Rec keep those up? They say that the arena is an eyesore. I've heard that over and over and over again. Well, it's not an eyesore if you're a horse person. Honestly, horses and cows don't care what the arena looks like. And so I hope that at least if we go down this road and we can come up with something positive, that those courts are going to be maintained and used, because I fear that there's places that have been built in Salina that have not been used like the intent was. The soccer complex is a great place, but I don't see a lot of use by them. And I go there by there, 2 to 4 times a day. So I hope at least consideration is that, can we come up with a happy medium? Can we halt? Can we back up? Can we slow this down? Because we did have a lot of this happen during COVID. And I think that the public was not aware, because I'll put my executive secretary fair board hat on now. And I can't tell you how many hours I spent over there. Many, many, many people not knowing that the arena was going to be destroyed for tennis courts. And then the question is, how many people in Salina play tennis, and why are they not being used today? If they were in such bad shape, where are the people playing today, and why weren't they maintained? So I would hope that the commissioners will at least open up their minds and maybe think outside the box, and maybe we can come up with a happy medium so we can have both, because rodeo and the equine events are huge, and I don't want to lose Equifest. It's a big feather in our cap to have that event here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lilly. Is there anyone else who would like to speak today?
Carol Reed, Salina. And, I'm not sure if this applies, but through the grapevine, which is kind of gossip, I understand there's some kind of a car museum that was approved with some bond money. I don't know if you can tell us how much that bond money was, maybe an application for a bond. And it's my understanding Mr. Hoppick's involved into that or had some interest in that. Can you explain with this car museum and how you
I
get
can
on
tell
it?
you, I have no interest in the car. I can't.
No, I'm sorry, it's Aaron Peck. Sorry, I
That
looked
would
at
be
the wrong name.
gossip if it was me.
Does sound like some
Sorry,
gossip
not
has been
cars.
spread.
I told you it was gossip, but no, I better get the right name that I heard was Peck.
Yeah.
But anyway, maybe bond money and, that route. And I don't know about this car museum, but maybe you can explain a little.
Yeah, as a real quick synopsis, the car museum was an aspect of the Star Bond project for the downtown. It was the tourism generating aspect of it that was the basis of Kansas Department of Commerce approval of the Star Bonds. And so part of that Star Bond issuance includes using some of those bond proceeds to supplement the car museum. Quite a bit of that is private funds as well. And then it's a standalone entity, separate and distinct from the city, that'll own and operate it.
And I would like to answer, it was not myself, but Mr. Peck's wife is the new executive director. And when all these decisions were made, Mr. Peck was not a member of the commission and had nothing to do with those decisions. So just wanted to, yeah. Hey, we don't want to talk about horses.
No horse jokes.
I beg your pardon, Sherry Harp. I would like to talk about horses, and I would like Ag Hill, or I would like the agriculture end of it to be in Salina. I don't see too many tennis tournaments around. I don't, how many of you guys see tennis tournaments around here? How many? You do? How often?
As a parent of a couple of high schoolers, I don't know the number, but yeah, there's
Well, I have been in Salina 43 years, and I want to tell you, tennis is very low on the menu here. As far as kids and families like to go to rodeos, they like to go to horse shows, and Abilene has the biggest parade. I don't know what happened to ours this past month, but people love rodeos. They love horses. They love everything that you talked about in a rodeo. That's a family gathering. When you talk about tennis, I'm sorry, but I don't see tennis around Salina bringing in much money at all, but I sure do the rodeo.
Thank you very much. Once per citizens forum, I'm afraid is our limit. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during citizens forum? And if not, I'm sorry. Norm, I did not see you.
Norman Meadows, Salina. Yeah, I support the rodeo people and stuff like this, but I'm going to talk on another subject. The commissioners finally got it right. Does anybody notice our PA system works good?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mantle.
Dalton, the city of Salina. What I was told by some of the fair board is you guys want the rodeo and the Tony's Pizza Center. That arena is not big enough for a rodeo. And I know what it costs to rent that facility. It's outrageous. So if that's the plan, they're not going to have the rodeo in the Tony Center, most likely.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here today who would like to speak? And do we have anyone online who has their virtual hand raised to speak? All right, well, with that, we will move on with our meeting. Commissioner Topic we have a very full agenda, as those of you who are here for various reasons may have noticed. Commissioner Hoppick.
Yeah, based on our agenda, I would like to move that we move item 8.1, which is dealing with the GPM number 2 annexation to follow the consent agenda items.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move item 8.1 immediately following the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes. I had another request to make because I know that a lot of you here may be waiting to speak about the Salina Fire Department or about the impending ordinance, the petition that was distributed. I would like to, as part of that, I think it would be really appropriate and helpful for all of you if we set a specific time that we're going to take those up and take item 7.4 and 7.5 up at 5 o'clock. Hopefully that will give us enough time to get through the consent agenda. Item 8.1, as well as the general obligation refunding bond series so that we can get our bond counsel here from Kansas City addressed and on their way. So
And
Yes.
I have one additional piece of information I became aware of after the meeting started. Apparently, our agenda failed to include the second reading of ordinance number 21-11072 for the rezoning on the Atwoods property, and that is time sensitive. I'm not sure where we stand in terms of preparing an ordinance for your consideration, but that is an unusual need for a last minute addition.
So is that something that we would put at item 8.2? Or is
I'm
that
sorry,
gonna, would that be 7.6?
We would need to move to add it to the agenda
Right,
first.
Yes.
yeah, I would,
And similar second reading is at 7.2 for, well, you've got a second reading at 7.1 and 7.2 already.
Mayor Hodges, I'm move that we add to today's agenda, second reading of ordinance number 21-11072 to be taken up after the existing item 7.2.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to add the second reading of ordinance number 21-11072 after item 7.2. So I guess this would be like 7.2.5.
And a half. 0.5.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes. Any interest in setting the time specific 5 o'clock so that folks know when we are going to be dealing with 7.4 and 7.5?
I think we'll be there. I would
Okay.
just keep on rolling.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Always optimistic. I think we still manage through.
You know what happens to us, Commissioner Ryan, when we get optimistic. All right. Well, with that, we will move on to item 5.1.
Item 5.1, public hearing, proposed 2022 budget for the city of Salina.
Ms. Pack.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Today's agenda item is kind of the conclusion of the 2022 budget as far as the processing. Today, we will conduct a public hearing for the proposed 2022 budget, and we'll also consider on first reading ordinance that adopts and appropriates the 2022 annual budget. This public hearing is required by state statute. We're required to give a 10-day notice, which was given on August the 5th in the newspaper. This budget issues an ad valorem tax to be levied at 30.452 mils, which is 0.198 mils less than the 2021 mill levy of 30.65. This budget is higher than the previous year. The majority of that increase is due to the fund that we set up for the shilling cleanup fund, which is about a $60 million budget. That makes this number look big. However, the 2022 budget is less than 1% higher than the 2021 budget. This budget levies approximately $13.8 million in property tax based on a property valuation that increased only by 0.56%. This budget also includes a change in staffing of -1, so we're taking away one position. We've added some in some places and taken away in others, but the net is a -1 effect on the staffing table. It also includes a projected 2% cost of living adjustment at the 1st of January in 2022 and a maximum 3% merit increases for city employees. We'll come back to you in the fall with water and wastewater fees and parks fees. Next week, when we hear this item on second reading, we will also bring forward the comprehensive fee schedule as well as the pay plan and the staffing levels. So for today's actions, we have two. One is to conduct the public hearing and take comments from citizens on the proposed budget. And the second option is to pass on first reading ordinance 21-11069 at which you have the options to adopt on first reading, to adopt with amendments, or to postpone the consideration. However, with postponement, we would go past our statutory timeline, which is that we have to submit this to the county on August the 25th. So I would stand for any questions at this time and offer the public their opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pack. Any questions from the commission?
Just one, and maybe I just couldn't wrap my head around the math. In comparing this year's budget with last year's, if you add up the 60 million, 6 million, and the 10 million, it accounts for the difference between the 2 years.
Correct.
Is the reserve expenditure something that's done every year, or is it being treated?
It is
Differently.
for the debt service fund and for the general fund. We do budget a reserve on those funds in order to maintain the property tax revenue that we require to maintain that fund balance.
So this reserve expenditure for the general fund, is that the same as our
Target.
target?
No,
Or is it
it's not.
different
It's not exactly, but it's pretty close. Our target is $10 million.
But this would not be something we do every year,
It is for those two particular funds, yes.
right? So would that,
But last year's number would have been a much different number than this year's number.
all right, so that enough of a difference to explain the big difference between the 2 years' budgets?
The difference, the $6 million is a transfer from the sales taxes that we don't normally do.
Right.
Those
that
are
was-
additional transfers. And the $10 million is, and for sales, for the $10 million is the reserve. I believe the reserve for last year was somewhere around $6 million on the general fund when we budgeted the state budget last year. I'm just thinking that off the top of my head. I don't
So
know. for sure.
that's a budgeted expense?
Yes.
every year. Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions from the commission? Thank you, Ms. Pack.
Mhm.
We'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and I would invite any members of the public who would like to comment on the proposed 2022 budget to come on forward and share their questions or their thoughts or their comments at this time. All right, last chance. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move on to considering on first reading ordinance number 21-11069.
Mayor Hodges, I move that we approve on first reading ordinance number 21-11069, adopting and appropriating the 2022 annual budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt on first reading ordinance number 21-11069. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of August 9, 2021. 6.2, authorize city managers to submit a solid waste management planning grant program application to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment's Bureau of Waste Management. Item 6.3, authorize city manager to execute a contract addendum to the purchase agreement with the Janine L. Henry Trust as successor in interest to KMJJM LLC for the optioned property located at 125 West North Street, which was approved by the City Commission on July 12th, 2021. Item 6.4, approve resolution number 21-7976, accepting a conditional grant award for the Emergency Solutions Grant Fiscal Fund Year 2021 from the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation to benefit local recipient agencies and authorize the city manager and city staff to sign the related grant documents for allocation of grant funds to 3 Salina agencies.
Are there any items that a commissioner would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Pull 6.3 and 6.4, and I just have an informational question about 6.2, which wouldn't affect my vote at all.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and ask your informational question on 6.2, and we will then adopt 6.1 and 6.2.
With the, trying to come up with a classy name for the study, but the refuse collection study, will that identify items that consumers are buying that can't be recycled or reused, and perhaps down the road, 5, 10 years down the road, we encourage consumers to not purchase in the first place? As an example, styrofoam takeout counters from restaurants. Would there be that detailed information coming from the study?
I think we would be able to get there once the waste characterization study is complete. The waste characterization study breaks down the solid waste that's received at the landfill into about 40 different categories, roughly speaking. And from that, and as we do the manual sorting, we'll go into the landfill, grab a huge quantity of sample material, take it to one of the shops, spread it out into about 90 different containers separating the material. And a good portion of the purpose for this study is to look for items that could be recycled that are currently ending up in our landfill. And then hopefully being able to source those materials back to the originator so that we can try to coordinate with that business or with residents in general, or whatever the case may be, to try to see if there's a way that we could capture that material when it's still clean and dry and take it to our recycling center to get it recycled. Once we have that data, it's hard for me to answer your question because I don't know what the data is going to tell us. But I think the study will be in depth enough for us to very possibly and maybe even likely pull that kind of information from the study.
Okay, thank you.
I had a quick comment on it. I don't need any comment back from you, but I have in the past been a part of authorizing studies that seemingly don't go anywhere. This one to me stuck out as one of those potential studies. When I look at the potential information gained from this study and what we can do with that as a community, a lot of that stuff's already out there. I mean, in terms of recyclables, in terms of the stuff that ends up in a landfill, I don't think our community is going to be that much different from any other community. We know what stuff you're going to find a crap ton of water bottles. We all know that these single source plastics are going to be something that's an issue. So I guess my only comment is we're getting grant money on this. It certainly doesn't hurt for us to go through this process, but in terms of an impactful study, I would just encourage you to maximize it the best that you can and let's do something with it.
All right. With that being said, do we have a motion to approve items 6.1 and 6.2?
Mayor, I move we approve items 6.1 and 6.2.
We have a
I'm
second.
sorry, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve items 6.1 and 6.2 on the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes, which will bring us to item 6.3. All right, page here.
Actually didn't expect to see your name with, I thought I was going to see the city attorney's name on the top. Since
I will say that your questions, we may have to refer to
Refer
the
to-
city attorney.
I did my non-attorney research on the 1031 exchanges. Just two questions. One, is there any liability or responsibility on the city for changes in our ownership if the IRS later determines that this sale does not meet the criteria for this like exchange sale?
No, there would not be.
All right, so it's all on the seller in this case.
Yes.
Okay.
And I
And-
keep, I should explain that I keep looking out of the corner of my eye to Commissioner Hoppick. I trust he'll interrupt me if I misspeak along the way here. I'm sure he's a better student than I of the details of that transaction.
Okay. And in the addendum, I tried diagramming the sentence. I just couldn't quite make it out. But the one that starts, as an accommodation, the seller buyer agrees to accept performance pursuant to this agreement. And it ends with a semicolon for the benefit of the qualified intermediary. Could you just sort of explain that in?
Certainly.
Or
That that language was requested by the Sellers Council. And I would simply say that the key for us is that regardless of what happens, there will be a closing on August 20th, and we will be the owner of that building on delivering the required payment for the building. So from the seller standpoint, the ability to complete that 1031 like-kind exchange is obviously important, and we certainly want to cooperate with that. But I dare say, and again, I look to Commissioner Hoppick if he wishes to elaborate, but there is really no practical consequence for the city. It was simply an addendum in order to accomplish the desired outcome. And because the governing body had authorized the city manager to sign the agreement initially, I suggested that I thought it necessitated coming back to you for approval of the addendum, since it modifies the contract you had previously approved.
All right, thank you.
So just as a clarification, we're deferring to Commissioner Hoppick as a subject matter expert in general, not a party to this transaction.
Thank you. I'm a car guy.
You want to go ahead and be the lightning rod for this meeting? You can, yeah.
Could be.
Yes, okay. Any other questions?
No.
Any questions or comments from the public on this item? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
I move we approve item 6.3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 6.3, authorizing the city manager to execute a contract addendum to the purchase agreement with the Janine L. Henry Trust as successor in interest to KMJJM LLC for the option property located at 125 West North Street, which was approved by the city commission on July 12th, 2021. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. And that takes us to item 6.4, the Emergency Solutions Grant with Ms. Driscoll.
Right, and again, my question or comment really won't, I don't think, affect how we vote on this, but I know there's several agencies working on homelessness prevention and facilitation of stable housing. We have several agencies in town doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. What's the status of an overarching, and I use the term city loosely, doesn't have to be city government, but a overarching effort in Salina to address the issue. I've had the occasion to actually come to know, put names and stories to some of these folks. And it was not the first time I realized each one of these folks has a story. But what it takes to get somebody from that status back to what we would consider even semi-normal existence, it's a lot of work and has to be individualized. And they don't have the inner stamina to carry that whole process through. And I was sitting here thinking, on the way over here, I said, boy, I wonder if these folks were counted in the census. I mean, we ought to truly have a name for each one of our homeless on a list somewhere. And just
So yes, they are counted in the census.
They are.
There are special census counters who specialize in working with homeless populations, and then those that are specifically signed to all shelters to verify with the shelters for their counts. And there's a specific way they're counted.
That's great news.
I happen to know that as having been married to the person who did the Western Kansas, Central
Yeah,
Kansas
right.
census count. So
Right.
yeah.
Exactly. I'd like to see at some point in our city, something that each one of these folks has been identified. We track, we know where they are, because, just hiding them and moving them from place to place, we don't want them downtown near our tourist attractions. Nope, nobody wants them as far as that's concerned, sitting in the front yard, but they don't exist. Now that I'm looking for them, I'm surprised and dismayed actually by how many Salina probably has. But is there any single organization where all these agencies get together on a regular basis and say, hey, you do this, you do that, I'll do this?
Yes and no. Lauren Driscoll, Director of Community Development Services. That might be something that's probably leading towards a study session. I believe a couple of you, including Mayor Hodges, was part of a housing summit we held prior to COVID, where we started to have those conversations. Because I think it's a very real conversation about where is that overlap in services occur? What is our total bed count? Those types of things. From a funding perspective, when we start to talk about things like this, we have had direction from the commission in the past to go do additional research above and beyond, or outreach, I should say, above and beyond what is required for the grant to see if we could get more folks into this funding pool. I think the thing is with the different providers, many of them are providing a variety of services, not just housing for homeless.
Right.
And their other associated programs and duties may dictate what they can and can't apply for. So some of them are providing like financial training or rehab for drug and alcohol issues or mental health issues, and they're getting their funding from somewhere else, which couldn't apply for this because it's another federal source or a variety of things. So sometimes there is conflict based on some of those other things. But I do think, with some of the conversations that are being had around this issue and around housing that's come out of COVID with evictions and things like that, we're starting to have more of those discussions on a bigger scale. I think for this grant, those who have applied are those that are able and have the resources to administer this grant. It's a fairly chunky grant to administer, and many of these agencies are experienced with this grant, which makes them good applicants for it. We've had this grant for over 20 years now. I think the agencies are very good at talking amongst themselves and trying, if one's got empty beds and can possibly have people move back and forth. But again, there's often nuanced pieces, maybe gender, religion, type of associated services that make that not always so easy just to kind of switch people from different shelters. If we want to have more conversations about kind of an overall approach, like you said, maybe it's not the city, but us as a community addressing that. I mean, we can start having those conversations. It's definitely out there. It's just happening at different levels. Does that help?
Study session would be a good place to.
My recollection is there was Bridges Out of Poverty, an effort that predates Lauren's time with the city and goes back quite a ways. And that was an outside organization that presented that and tried to facilitate some coordination. But
Yeah.
that's a recurring comment that have a lot of providers. What can we do in the way of coordination?
Well, we have a table that's in the report that came out of that summit that I can share with you again. And it does kind of highlight where that overlap is. And what we found is that there's some overlap, but not so much that we didn't have beds that couldn't accommodate those that needed it. We do have census data that's coming out here in the next couple of months. And, we could use that as something to kind of reinvigorate that conversation and start talking with some of those entities that do provide homeless services to see if, our census data, does it seem valid? And, has our data changed so much in the last couple of years since that housing summit that we need to update it? Those are some things we could do.
And because it's sort of like the prison population. The recidivism rate is high. Just only difference is their prison is outdoors without visible bars, and of course the other prison.
That's
Which will be
also
no
population captured in the census.
Right.
Well, and I think as we've had discussions in the last few weeks about reviving community relations, to me, it seems like that's a natural, once that division gets back on its feet, that would be a good agency or a good division to be part of that conversation as well.
It's a good idea. That was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the commission? Any questions or comments from the public? With that, I'll bring it back to the. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, could you please approach the podium and give your first and last name and where you're from?
Sharon Calabrese, and I have not given this much thought at all. It just popped in my head, my mouth and my hands speak faster than I think sometimes. So I'm kind of curious about the issue that we were just visiting about. And, since moratoriums seem to be kind of the word for the year, or mandates, what about if we stopped all of our purchases of city statues and beautification requirements in the city until we get this addressed. Because I seem to think that it's kind of silly to purchase very expensive statues that are nice to look at when we have this issue with people in our city. I always feel like you've got to, if you have money to spend, and if you don't have money to spend and you're spending it, you really need to go to the foundations of the issues, you know, what is necessary, what, you know, what's a luxury and what's a necessity. And for these people, I'm kind of surprised I'm saying this because you pay your tax dollars all the time. You kind of get to the point where you're feeling like, okay, when do we get a break? You know, and so, but I do understand that a lot of skills and ability are issues in a lot of situations. But I just thought I would bring that up. Just maybe we need to pull back our purse strings until we can get this situated. So,
Thank you very much, Ms. Calabrese. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this issue? And if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, move approval of resolution number 21-7976.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7976. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. And that will take us, I'll look at the city clerk here, that will take us a little out of order to item 8.1.
Item 8.1, first reading, ordinance number 21-11073, requesting the annexation of the former Phillips Lighting plant site.
And thank you, Mr. Andrew. We've been dealing with this very happy development for quite some time now. Appreciate the report. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Andrew at this time? From the commission? No? Anything that you would specifically like to highlight?
Yes, I would like to highlight the fact that the applicant would like to eliminate the gap between their purchase and coming into the city as quickly as possible. And so on page 4 of the report, we've given you your options this afternoon, which would be to approve the attached annexation ordinance. You could postpone consideration of the request to a future meeting, or you could decline to approve the attached ordinance, which would leave this plant site outside the city limits. Because Great Plains wants to minimize that gap between taking ownership and being annexed, they're requesting, and city staff is recommending that the ordinance annexing this plant site be approved on first and second reading on the same day. If you're supportive of that request, we've outlined the procedure on page 4, which is a motion should be made to approve ordinance 21-11-073 on first reading. You would vote on that. You would make a motion to find a compelling public interest exists to allow first and second reading of the ordinance on the same day. Vote on that, and then have a motion to approve on second reading, which would be a vote by roll call. So that's the request from the applicant, and staff would concur with that request because they'd like to be inside the city limits as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. Any questions from Mr. Andrew?
Yeah, kind of like to save the compelling second interest for when we need them. Otherwise, everything becomes a second interest, a compelling interest, and we won't need second readings. I'm just looking, I certainly understand the reason why expediency would be requested, but I'm just looking for the compelling public interest. And I mean, I'll take.
Well,
Sounds good.
the original
I'll take-
scheduled consideration of this item was last Monday, but we were not able to act on that due to concerns about not having a quorum. So if it had been acted on last Monday, we'd be having second reading today. And so the compelling public interest is to have second reading today.
Ask and you shall receive.
And I am looking at other members of the commission. Are any questions or concerns about doing the second reading today?
think we'll make motions and see where we go.
Okay.
Mayor Hodges, I move that we approve.
I've got to get public
Oh, I'm
comment.
sorry.
That's all
Thought
right.
we had-
That's all right.
I guess so.
We
Are
have
there any
Mr.
members of the?
We do
public?
have Mr. Hall here.
Oh, okay. Mr. Hall, as the applicant, if you would like to say a few words.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much for considering this. We appreciate it. James Hall, GPM number 2 LLC, making this application. We would really appreciate it if we could run this through today. We have a lot of permits and a lot of other issues that we are trying to get in place and get work going so that we can get into that place as quickly as possible. And a week may not seem like a lot of time, but it's already caused some backlog down here. And we've got a lot of work to do, and we would really appreciate if you could all pull this off for us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Any questions, comments from members of the public? Don't see anyone with their hand raised online either, so I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hodges, I move that we approve on first reading ordinance number 21-11073.
Second.
We have a motion to approve on first reading ordinance number 21-11073. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Mayor, I move that compelling public purpose exists to allow first and second reading of the ordinance on the same day.
Second.
We have a motion to find that a compelling public purpose exists to allow first and second reading of the ordinance on the same day. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes, which brings us to second reading.
Mayor Hodges, I move that we approve ordinance number 21-11073 on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-1173 on second reading. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges. Aye. That motion passes 5-0, which will take us back to item 7.1.
Item 7.1, authorized sale of general obligation refunding bonds, Series 2021B. 7.1A, receive report on bids received on sales of bonds. 7.1B, second reading of ordinance number 21-11064, authorizing the issuance and delivery of $6,500,000 principal amount of general obligation refunding bonds, Series 2021B. And 7.2C, consider resolution number 21-7977, prescribing the form and details of and authorizing the delivery of $6,500,000 principal amount of general obligation refunding bonds, Series 2021B.
Thank you. Ms. Pack.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. On July 19th, you gave us approval to move forward with refunding of some callable bonds, the 2013B and 2014A series. At that time, we got a permission, and we also passed on first reading the ordinance to sell those bonds. We did put out a notice, and the sale date was today, August 16th at 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We do have a member, Dave Arterberry, here from our financial advisors of Stiefel Nicholas and Company to give you that report on those bids. We also have Mitch Walters, who is our bond counsel from Gilmore and Bell, here if you have questions for them. The city held a bond rating call with Moody's on July 28th. Our rating was confirmed at AA3. The bonds will be for the, as I mentioned, the 2013B portion of those and a portion of the 2014A bonds that have not been paid off. With a premium on the sale today, the total amount that to be refunded is not 6.5 million, but is 6.2 million or 6,220,000. I did leave a couple of sheets on your dais that showed the new savings calculations and also the bid sheets from those. So at this time, I'll let Dave come up and tell you what happened with the bids today.
Thank you. Mr. Arterberry.
Thank you, Debbie, and good afternoon, everyone. As Debbie mentioned, today the city opened bids on bonds that would be used to refinance the two old bond issues, the 2013A and 14A bond issues that the city has. And we did end up receiving a total of 8 bids, which is a very, very nice result. Usually on an issue of this size, if we can get somewhere between 4 and 8 bids, we think that's a successful offering, and we were definitely on the high end of that today. The best bid, the firm that was offering to purchase the bonds at the lowest interest rate, was submitted by UMB Bank, and their true interest cost, I think you have it in front of there, and I don't have the decimal places past 3. I just have 0.911%. We reviewed the bid. It met all of the bidding parameters. They also provided their required good faith deposit, which has been received by the city. So there's no reason that we would suggest that you not accept the bid from UMB Bank. The results of the bid, the 0.911% interest rate, end up causing the city to reduce the debt service payments that you have on those outstanding obligations by $895,567, which is, in our industry, we look at sometimes the present value of those savings relative to the amount of debt that's refinanced. And this was a level of about 13%, just a shade over 13% present value savings, which is a great number. Usually the industry benchmark is between 2 and 5% present value savings. So you well exceeded that. The interest rate on the old bonds was averaged about 3.39%. And now down at 0.91%, you're basically cutting the interest rate almost by 2/3 or more. So very nice result. Just thought I would also mention that at about this time last year, the city had refinanced some other debt that it had outstanding and was able to save about $323,000. So the combination of this refinancing and the last refinancing will result in a reduction of in debt service payments of about $1.2 million for the city. So obviously welcome any questions that you might have about the sale or the rating or anything.
Any questions for Mr. Arterberry? I do have one.
Sure.
And that was in regard to the bond rating call with Moody's, and the city's rating again stayed at AA3. And there was a caveat in the blue sheet that said, while Moody's did recognize the significant improvements in the city's fund balance, they would like to see a stable financial performance and maintenance of reserves at the current level, continued growth in the tax base, and material moderation of the debt and pension burdens to consider an update. And I guess I just had a question about what's considered a growth in the tax base. Is that something that is related to population growth, property tax valuation? What's the magic number that moves the needle on the growth in the tax base?
Good question. It's the latter. It's the assessed valuation or appraised valuation of the tax base is the thing they really look at with regards to that. And I would also add that that the rating call, the tone of the rating call and the analysts' comments afterwards were very, very positive, significantly different than they were 4 or 5 years ago. There was discussion about the possibility of an upgrade, which I haven't heard that from Moody's regarding the city in a long, long time. So this was a very good rating call, and the course that you've charted over the last few years with regards to your finances, please keep on that course.
So I take that as not so much as some type of a negative statement as a positive statement that you're on the verge of maybe being able to increase your bond rating. Would that be?
I think what the general consensus that I got from the comments that the analysts made after the call was that there was a debate about an upgrade, but they felt that they wanted to see more than just a few years of the positive. They don't necessarily need to see you continue to grow your reserves at the rate you have over the last few years. They just like see some maintenance. Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
So today we have two action items before you. One is to approve ordinance number 21-11064 on second reading, authorizing the issuance and delivery of the bonds. The second is to approve resolution with 217977, which prescribes the form and detail and authorizes the delivery of the bonds. You have the same four options, which is to approve those as presented, approve with amendments, postpone consideration, or vote to deny those, either of those options.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff? Any questions or comments from the public? And sometimes I can't tell if somebody's raising their hand or stretching or, so at any rate, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve ordinance number 21-11064 on second reading, authorizing the issuance and delivery of not to exceed $6,500,000. I believe that actual amount was $6,220,000. Principal amount of general obligation refunding bond series 2021-B.
Second.
We have a motion to approve ordinance number 21-11064 on second reading. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0, which takes us to resolution number 21-7977.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 217977, prescribing the form and details of and the authorizing delivery of $6.5 million principal amount of the general obligation refunding bond series 2021-B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7977. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0 as well. Thank you very much.
Mayor, could I ask, is anyone else in this room warm or hot?
The
No?
fact that I'm
It's just me?
comfortable
Okay.
means that probably everybody else is hot. So if we need to crank it down, I have my sweater.
If there's no one else, I'll just.
You know, I
loosen the
think
button.
I'm seeing a lot of people nodding that they're hot. So yeah, if we could get the thermostat cranked down a little bit.
We're on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Okay.
Okay.
That will take us, my scribbled agenda here, to item 7.2.
Item 7.2, second reading, ordinance number 21-11071, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay the cost of abatement and nuisances on certain lots and parts of lots and the parkways abutting thereon in the city of Salina, Kansas.
Ordinance number 21-11071 was passed on first reading on August 9th, 2021. The ordinance has been amended to remove certain tracts due to payment being received since the first reading. Since that time, no comments have been received. I did recall one email, and because I was not here at last meeting, I don't know if it was addressed. We had gotten an email from a citizen who had work performed at his house and or on his property, and it was substandard. And I just wondered what the procedure is after that point if one of a contractor that we've contracted with does do work that's not up to the standard that the city or the property owner could reasonably expect.
Right. The staff met them on site, and the expectation would be if the contractor's work was substandard, it'd need to be done correctly.
Redone.
And that's actually not this ordinance.
not what-
There was
Oh,
another
I'm
one.
sorry.
Um,
Okay.
And that will be on next week's, but we have contacted that
Okay.
individual and we're going to work through that. So you'll have that report next week.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I
just have one.
apologize for that.
Is there a reason that addresses are not listed on this? And I don't have any particular reason I wanted to go investigate any of these, but if I did,
To be honest, I noticed that as well. This is the first time it's been formatted that way, but I assume it may just be the way we extracted the data from the system. But yeah, I would acknowledge in years past, Both addresses and names, I believe, were included, although I think there may have been a document in last week's packet that had names, but we can look at that format, returning to that format.
And
going forward.
even if not the name, I mean, for some privacy issue, it's a public record, at least the address. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll check into that for future.
Okay.
Any questions or comments from members of the public? If not, I'll return it to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor, I move we approve on second reading ordinance number 21-11-071, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay the cost of abatement of nuisances on those certain lots and parts of lots and the parkways abutting thereon in the city of Salina, Kansas.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11071 on second reading. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0, which takes us to item 7.2.5, ordinance number 21-1172, if I've got that right.
Item 7.2.5, second reading, ordinance number 21-11072, rezoning the former Kmart store site from C3 to C5 and addressed as 400 South Broadway Boulevard.
Ordinance number 21-11072 was passed on first reading on August 9th, 2021. Since that time, no comments have been received. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Are there any questions or comments from the public? If not, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, move approval on second reading of ordinance 21-11072.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve on second reading ordinance number 21-11072. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. Item 7.3.
Item 7.3, consider ordinance number 21-11074, levying a transient guest tax upon the gross receipts derived from or paid directly or through an accommodation broker by transient guests for sleeping accommodations within the city of Salina and repealing resolution number 14-7151.
Mr. Wood.
All right, Mayor Commissioners, Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager. Over the last couple of years, we've had several discussions about increasing the transient guest tax in order to fund baseball-related projects. On May 24th, the City Commission approved Charter Ordinance number 40, which authorizes the governing body to increase that tax up to 7.75%. Current rate is 6.7%. That was a charter ordinance, which means that it needed 2/3 majority vote of the members of the governing body, and it was also subject to a protest petition. So that's a 60-day time period where if 10% of the voters brought a petition forward, then that measure would have to be taken to a ballot. That time frame ended on August 5th, so just a couple weeks ago. Charter Ordinance 40 does not raise the transient guest tax. It simply gives the governing body authority to increase it up to a certain level. So this is the last item to actually go through the process of raising the transient guest tax. So this ordinance would increase the transient guest tax from 6.7%, which it is today, up to 7.75%. It does not affect the way that the current 6.7% transient guest tax is allocated. The allocations are there in your blue sheet to Visit Salina, CARM, TPEC, and Oakdale, Kenwood Marketing, TPEC operations, and then also TPEC Capital. So that part of the transient guest tax wouldn't change. The additional 1.05 cents that would be increased would be used for baseball-related projects. And then once that project is complete, we would be able to use that funding in any way that the governing body sees fit. In order to increase the tax effective at the beginning of the next quarter, which would be October 1st, this ordinance would need to be approved, and we would need to provide notice to the Department of Revenue by August 30th. So your options today are to approve this ordinance on first reading, to approve it with amendments, or postpone the consideration, or to deny the ordinance altogether. I'd be happy to stand for any questions. And I did want to mention that we did send notice out to local hoteliers last week that this would be on the agenda today.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions for staff?
I don't have questions, just a suggestion to my colleagues at some point, and that we're not directing the actual use of the money today. Just to be more consistent, I think, with the way some of these other uses are termed, that we term it or describe it as sports facilities related to economic development or some fancy term. So it's not always just earmarked for baseball.
Yeah, we could certainly do that. We can bring back a resolution at a later time that specifies that, if you'd like us to do that.
I think that's a good idea. Any questions or comments from members of the public? Not, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve on first reading ordinance number 21-11074, levying a transient guest tax upon the gross receipts derived from or paid directly or through an accommodation broker by transient guests for sleeping accommodations within the city of Salina, and repealing resolution number 147150.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve on first reading ordinance number 21-11074. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. All right, which brings us to item 7.4.
Item 7.4, consideration of initiative and referendum petition, ordinance number 21-11075 or ordinance number 21-11076.
All right, Mr. Bankston and Mr. Peterson, we've got both of our legal counsel here.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Craig Bankston, legal counsel to the city of Salina. I have with me my partner, Jake Peterson, who is a litigator with Clark Mize Linville. The state of Kansas has a mechanism by which citizens may petition for the enactment of local legislation. It's commonly referred to as the initiative and referendum statute. Citizens may prepare proposed legislation that has to be accompanied by a petition. That petition, in the case of Salina as a city of the first class, must have 25% of the electors in the last city election signing the petition. There are formalities both under that initiative and referendum statute. There are other formalities under a section in the statutes referred to as sufficiency of petitions. They both apply. But assuming that a petition is prepared and filed, the county election officer has the responsibility of reviewing those signatures to determine whether or not, in fact, they were qualified electors. And upon reporting out, and if the sufficiency, in this case, if that 25% mark is achieved with the signatures, that brings the matter before the city commission, in Salina's case, to either take one of two actions, either within 20 days to enact the ordinance as presented, or to submit that ordinance to the electors, either by calling a special election, or there is an exception if there happens to be a regular city election within 90 days afterward. We do happen to have that circumstance in this case, and that's a factor that will come into the discussion here a little bit later. Whether that ordinance is enacted by the governing body or whether it's enacted by virtue of the referendum, it cannot be altered other than by a subsequent vote of the electors, or after 10 years, the governing body may readdress that matter. There are three categories of matters that are not subject to initiative and referendum. The intent is to address strictly legislative matters. As you would know, there are other matters that you all deal with, administrative matters are not subject to initiative and referendum, nor are projects that are funded by special assessments. And nor there are certain, as you probably have seen, certain circumstances where certain enactment of ordinances has their own special process. And anytime we're dealing with a subject that has one of those special processes, it is not subject to the initiative and referendum process. In this particular case, we had the scenario of the petition having been actually submitted to the county election officer, and the county election officer did certify that there were a sufficient number of signatures. Upon advising the petitioner that the petition was actually to be filed with the city clerk rather than the filing with the county clerk, and as you know, the county clerk and the county election officer are one and the same roles, or at least the same person fulfills both roles. With the advice and recommendation of the county counselor, a certified copy of the petition was ultimately filed with the city clerk, and that's the basis upon which we are proceeding. The point of this discussion in terms of our role as legal counsel is to present the issue to you, to explain the issue as objectively as possible, and that's certainly our objective. There were certain considerations that warrant your attention related to this particular subject matter. The title, if I may, just so everyone is aware, of the ordinance is an ordinance limiting the power of the City of Salina governing body to impose restrictions on businesses and citizens related to a state of emergency declared at the county or state level. As outlined in your memorandum, there are certain considerations that we feel we need to bring to your attention. The first has to do with the home rule powers that cities have in the state of Kansas. They've had since July 1 of 1961 home rule authority as a result of a general election, statewide election that amended the Kansas Constitution in Article 12, Section 5 to provide for that home rule authority. And that is basically your ability to self-govern at the local level matters of the public health, safety, and welfare of local citizens. There are certain aspects of that that relate to state law, but the concern raised is that the proposed ordinance does attempt to limit both for the current and future governing bodies the exercise of that home rule authority. The second aspect, if you look at the text of the ordinance that's included in the packet, Section 2 speaks to the item that is basically described in the title. It goes on, however, to limit the city's ability in terms of the operation of its own property, such as parks, other facilities, as that might relate to how those are operated and programmed. That would appear to potentially raise the issue of whether the ordinance is in fact administrative or has that administrative element, which, as we mentioned earlier, is not subject to initiative and referendum. The other aspect related in a certain extent because of the two aspects of Section 2, both as the title would indicate, and also as it speaks to that operation of city-owned facilities, raises a question as to the single subject requirement, and the requirement that matters dealt with in the ordinance would be referred to in the title. The state statute that's relevant there is simply says that no ordinance shall contain more than one subject, which shall be clearly expressed in its title. The ordinance would seem to raise that question as well. We have articulated also some other matters that we felt it was our responsibility to at least call the attention to the governing body. That was the matter of the filing, the requirement as far as the filing with the city clerk is found in the initiative and referendum statute. That is viewed as the more specific statute in relation to the sufficiency of petitions statute. So there could very well be a question as to that filing, but as described based on the county councilor, that matter was at least addressed in terms of the delivery of a certified copy of the petition to the city clerk's office. That was on August 9th that filing actually occurred. Again, the initiative and referendum statute speaks of a requirement that the petition actually include a specific request that the governing body pass the ordinance and submit the same to a vote of electors. The one other aspect is that the sufficiency of petition statute refers to the requirement that the petition refers specifically to the governmental subdivision, the political subdivision in which the election is sought to be held. There are certainly other references in the petition to the city of Salina, but that was one aspect that was not called out separately. And then lastly, and this will give you an idea of the interplay that can occur between these statutes. The more general sufficiency of petition statute speaks of requiring that the question posed to be, shall the following ordinance or resolution become effective, as compared to the initiative and referendum statute that says that it must say, shall the following be adopted. The distinction is that under that general requirement, you could very well be dealing with the type of ordinances you have seen that is subject to a protest petition. So the question then becomes, it's already been acted upon by the governing body, and then it's a question of, well, does it become effective? As compared to this situation where new legislation is being proposed, and the question under the initiative and referendum statute is, shall it be adopted? In that category of circumstances that we've outlined that we've identified as other matters, as suggested in the blue sheet, if the governing body wishes to pursue any of those, we might very well want to discuss that a little bit further in executive session as to some of the more particulars related to those. But that's a quick summary of the issues that we felt like we needed to bring to the governing body's attention with regard to the ordinance and petition as presented. Moving then to your obligations under the initiative and referendum statute. As indicated, the first one is whether you as the governing body wish to enact the ordinance as presented. That is the first ordinance that had been prepared by the city clerk's office, simply taking the ordinance as it was included on the petition and preparing it in the format that would be appropriate for your consideration, but without any alteration of the content of the ordinance as petition. I think that's the first question for you this evening, is whether you wish to enact the ordinance as presented. And if so, then that will be, of course, conclude the item. If not, then we have further matters to discuss as to what approach you might wish to take. So, Mayor, if it's appropriate, I suppose it might expedite the matter to take up that first question.
Thank you, Mr. Bankston. And without hearing from the public, I feel like that might be something that we need to do before we consider any of the options at this point. What's your feeling on that?
That would seem appropriate, yes,
Right.
from my standpoint.
Kind of reverse the order on this instead of proceeding with our questions, proceeding from hearing for the public to ensure that they're heard, and then we can bring it back to the commission and talk about the steps that we want to take at that time. If that is okay with the rest of the governing body.
Absolutely.
Okay. I would invite any members of the public who would like to speak to this item to come forward. I would ask that you try to direct your comments to the options that we have in front of us today in terms of enacting the proposed ordinance, pursuing a declaratory, help me out here, judgment, et cetera, as opposed to going back over the mask mandates, pros and cons at this point.
Kevin Korb, Salina, Kansas. I am the author of the petition. I want to thank Mr. Bankston for your legal opinion and your analysis of it. Even though I don't necessarily agree with the whole opinion, I want to just rebut some of those items there. The first one about home rule authority, I just want to point out that home rule authority belongs to us, the citizens. It's not that you guys are kings and you rule over us and you have this constitutional home rule authority to rule over us. That's our authority, and we elect you guys to represent us using that home rule authority. So if there's an item that we don't feel like you've handled or represented us well in, it's our prerogative to take up a petition and say, we want a public vote on this. Not a single one of us that signed that petition or circulated it or is behind it expects you guys to just pass this today. We'd be really surprised if you did. We want a public vote on it. We want to make sure that the public is being represented in this matter. I would also argue that the petition is a single issue, and the other part that was pointed out as a second issue is just a clarification of the single issue. We're not trying to tell you what to do with your employees or anything administrative wise. We're talking about public places like parks and places where the public goes to convene. We want that to be just clarified that anything that this ordinance restricts would also apply to things like specifically Kenwood Cove and places like that. I also want to mention that we worked as a group very closely with a group of Kansas lawmakers in preparing this petition. And I personally submitted the petition to the Kansas Revisor of Statutes office for review, where attorneys reviewed it. The place that actually the people that make the laws actually reviewed it, and they said everything looked fine. I specifically asked the question about the administrative aspect of it. They said it was fine. I also had an independent attorney in Topeka review it. They said everything was fine. The county councilor reviewed it, said the form looked fine. So obviously there's different legal opinions regarding it. You can weigh those as you may. With regard to it being submitted to the county election officer, the statute doesn't say anything about who submits it to the city clerk, and just common sense would tell you, I want to say that there's not real good direction from the city or the county on the petition process. When you go into the different offices, nobody really knows. The people that are supposed to know don't really know how it works. And it was specifically implied to us that by the county office that it needed to be turned into them. And common sense would tell you they do the elections, they need to verify the signatures. And then the next logical step is to pass it on to the city clerk. So that was the plan. That wasn't really that we were trying to submit it to the wrong people. We thought it needs to go be counted first and then it gets submitted to the city clerk. So it was. I don't think that makes it insufficient. So in short, I guess I just want to encourage you guys to to put it to a vote. If you want to pass it, we'd all be happy with that, but I don't think that's going to happen. We just want the public's input on it. We got a lot of signatures on it, 2,150 signatures. That's a huge portion of the people that vote in the election. And if that's what we want, you guys are supposed to represent what the voters want. So just let that happen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Korb.
Janet Hanson, Salina, Kansas. And I'm coming before you as a citizen to ask you to not disempower yourself in response to any public health emergencies that we are currently undergoing or may do so in the future. I think that sounds highly illogical. This is a flawed petition. It has concerns that have been delineated. I would hate to see, having participated in ballot initiatives in the past, I would hate to see us put the effort into a ballot initiative that was in fact not appropriate. And so I, of course, am not in favor of you disempowering yourself. I would like to know more about the appropriateness of this petition before citizens put efforts into campaigning on either side of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this issue?
Karen Shade, Salina, Kansas. I endorse what Janet Hanson just said. Why would you tie your hands? Why would the county tie its hands on what it may do? Because we just have tunnel vision about the pandemic we're facing now. There's not been enough detail. I wish this could be dismissed at this point and never go forward. I think I'm being unrealistic. I think that's what the petition and the confirmation by the county clerk have confirmed. This needs to go on the ballot. But there are plenty who I hope will rise up and say, let's support our city commission and the actions that they took. As I told Trent Davis once before, I gave you a thumbs up on how this city commission has handled the pandemic up to this point. So I think there are many people, I hope there will be many people who will support you as well.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this issue?
Just a matter of clarification, and Kevin, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we are deferring in that petition, deferring the restrictions to the county and to the state. We just didn't feel like we need three entities of power over the citizens here in Salina. And I believe it's a lot of the different counties around the state do the same thing. They go by their county health regulations and their state regulations, which is what we were asking, if I have that correct, Kevin.
Thank you. Anyone else? And do we have anyone online who would like to speak to this? I see one hand raised by Ms. Meyer. If we could unmute her.
Yes, my name is Lene Meyer. I'm from Salina. And I just want to support what Janet Hanson is saying. I had hoped to be there today, but I couldn't make it. Again, I hope you continue to vote or do your work in favor of keeping our community healthy versus anything else. It's simply common sense to do what's healthy for your community. I do understand that some businesses could be concerned and such if they had restrictions and such. But if we don't have a healthy citizens, those businesses won't have customers. As you know now that our numbers are going up in Salina and Saline County again. And so I think it's wise to stop and think about why is that? And sometimes we have to just take the hard road. And so I support you continuing to use your responsibility to we citizens to make healthy choices for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have another hand raised, Mr. Farber.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Ms. Mayor. I appreciate the effort that so many of our citizens have gone through to not only obtain signatures for this petition, but to also research and get some information about the process. And I love the fact that individual citizens of Salina, Saline County, are getting involved in the processes of government. And I think that speaks a lot for our community. I've spoken to you guys before about this petition, and I think we're getting the cart ahead of the horse with some of the comments that we've heard from some of the speakers. This petition has already been turned in. I think what we're discussing right now is whether or not the city moves forward with adoption of this or has some other issue. I would say at the very least to get it looked at by council. It has been thoroughly examined, as Mr. Korb mentioned, by several well-respected and well-versed attorneys. Mr. Bankson there, of course, has his legal opinion, and I appreciate his input, and it was explained very thoroughly. I appreciate that. So I would say at the very least, allow it to go to the court system to let it be looked at. But with that many citizens who have put their name on the line and been approved, it at least needs to go to a ballot. For these that are against the petition, that's exactly where they're able to speak their voice. They're able to speak their voice at the ballot box. For those that are in favor of it, we again welcome the opportunity to put our name down and vote for this at the ballot box as well. I know, and as Mr. Korb mentioned, we don't expect the city to agree to this or to support this right away. But I think the issue now is not whether you're in favor or against the restrictions, but whether or not to move forward
That's our
with
connection or Mr. Farber's connection, but we seem to have frozen up there for a bit, Mr. Farber.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'll just summarize very briefly in case it is my connection. I think the city should do due diligence and move forward with at least getting a judicial report of this, a judicial review, and move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farber. And thanks for bearing with us for the technical issues. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this issue? If not, I will bring it back to the commission, and as Ms.
Ask one question of the attorney before we.
Oh, absolutely,
I
absolutely.
apologize. I should know the answer to this. Is there a format by which city commission can place an item directly on the ballot other than going through the citizens petition method?
The short answer, Commissioner, is no.
No, that's what I thought. Okay.
There's
That's what I thought, but I wasn't.
some complexities associated with that. I assume we don't want to go through this afternoon, but as a general rule, the commission cannot delegate its responsibility unless there is specific statutory authorization for an election.
Thank you.
And one other clarification that the commission may find helpful, you might speak to the timing of a judicial review. I don't want to be clear that the timing may not work, that you can get a judicial determination before you have to make a decision about being on the ballot or it being on the ballot.
That's true, and I can certainly address that now or in the phase where we're discussing the option, depending on whether or not the governing body wishes to enact the ordinance as presented.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
That's all right.
And I am so sorry, Ms. Calabrese, but we've had the public comment portion of this presentation, so I can't recognize you at this time.
This is on the agenda.
Right, and when we have items on the agenda, we solicit public citizen comments. And once that opportunity passes, we.
She may have my time.
No, I'm not making myself very clear, so somebody help me out. Generally, what we do in an item that's under consideration is staff will make a presentation. The commissioners will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff. We open it up for comments by the public, and then we bring it back to the commission for further discussion, questions, and then taking action. But once the public input component of that has ended, we don't return to it again once we've had that already occur in that specific item. And
the reason why my hands went up so late is because I was trying to make sure that my hands and my mouth pop faster than my brain is thinking.
I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry about that. So I'm sorry, Mr. Bankston, you were suggesting that first we talk about option or the first item, approving the ordinance, enacting the proposed ordinance on first and second reading.
Right. That would, as in the case of any ordinance, there would either be a motion to consider it on first reading, or if there is none, we will know that it fails for lack of a motion.
Gotcha. Is there a motion to approve ordinance number 21-11075, enacting the proposed ordinance on first reading? We don't have a motion to approve ordinance number 21-11075. So that will take us on down the line, and I'll let you proceed.
Thank you. That then takes us to either of two independent actions. And the documents that you have before you, the resolution that would authorize the declaratory judgment, 7979, and the ordinance which would submit the question to the upcoming city general election, were prepared independently. Staff and we did not want to assume, start taking you down paths that, until we got a sense of
Are we getting some feedback from the Zoom call? Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
I was afraid it was me.
Yeah, now you're going to have to reset because, yeah.
Yeah. No, we had prepared those as independent documents to take you to this point where, in looking at those independent documents, either heading down one or the other of those courses of action, or we have also prepared in anticipation of your discussion today, if the commission wishes to entertain a combined approach in which you would preserve this unique opportunity to place the matter on the ballot in a regular city election, as opposed to possibly having to defer that and incur the cost of a special election. One other option, if you wish to consider it, would be to authorize the pursuit of the judicial determination through the declaratory judgment, but making it clear in doing so that your intent was to proceed with placing the item on the ballot in this upcoming election so that you would have the benefit of that opportunity to have the matter considered at a currently scheduled regular city election. To Mr. Scragg's point, we obviously are not in a position to assure you that we would have a judicial determination in that time frame. So that combination approach, and I'll look to my partner, Mr. Peterson, if he wishes to comment as well, in that he would be carrying out the filing and anything associated with obtaining the declaratory judgment. The question then becomes, as the election approaches and if there is not an opportunity to obtain a ruling at the district court level, I would expect we could very well have a period of time in which the ordinance would become effective by virtue of the result of a referendum pending the outcome ultimately of the declaratory judgment, or some potential possibly for an interim order by the court, all of which we can't dictate or predict with great precision how that might develop.
Yes, Commissioners, that's correct. And I guess if I may, I'll just go.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
So anytime that we bring a matter before the court, obviously there's a third party there, and that's the judge. So it's largely dictated timelines by applicable statutes and by the pace at which the judge wishes to have hearings, briefs, and wishes to provide a ruling. There are some procedural mechanisms available within the applicable statutes associated with petition and referendum that may call for an expedited timeline on certain matters. But again, the judge and the court are the ones who ultimately run the show. So in short, I believe Mr. Bankston summarized it fairly well for you. Does the commission have any other questions on that point?
Yeah, just to be clear, pursuing a declaratory judgment, let me ask it as a question. Does pursuing a declaratory judgment slow down the process of placing this on the ballot, or those run independently of each other?
Yeah. There is precedent in the case law in Kansas for cities taking any number of approaches to situations where they are presented with initiative and referendum petitions. And what do they do when they believe there to be questions associated with them? From all the way from saying, thank you, no, we don't think it's a valid petition, and we're not going to do anything. Well, that the cases also tell us that ultimately there needs to be some sort of judicial determination, whether it's initiated by the city or whether it's initiated by the proponents, that at some point in time, if there is a question raised, the court needs to address that. So that is what prompted, and we do have a red line resolution that would offer up a possible approach where the city's ability to obtain a judicial determination of those questions could be achieved, but advancing the matter so that it is submitted and can be considered at that upcoming election, rather than having to await a judicial determination before attempting to schedule an election, assuming the court determined that there was not a problem with the question as presented by the ordinance. Does that answer your question?
Let me ask the second part of that. That if the court was, and I'm going to just give just an egregious example. Let's just say this said this only applies to men. And the court would say, obviously, this isn't constitutional. Would the court then remove it from the ballot? Or what happens in that situation?
I'll try to answer that and then again, make sure that Mr. Peterson has an opportunity to comment if he wishes. I would expect that the court's order, of course, is going to be dependent on the court's judgment of the petition, but it would also be tailored to the timing as to whether it preceded the election, or let's say there was an election and it obtained the majority necessary to go into effect. The court would then tailor the remedy to set that ordinance aside if it found it to be insufficient or unconstitutional.
If it's helpful, I think you're probably thinking of the election as election day, but the thing to remember is that the county clerk has to mail ballots to members of the military well in advance of that. So they're actually looking at a September 1 deadline to finalize the ballot language, print it, and start distributing it.
And
So getting it off the ballot.
And that was one of the reasons that I was asking at past what point can this not be pulled off the ballot?
September 1st is what is the deadline that the county clerk's identified. At that point, they'll have proof of the ballots and begun printing them.
I have a couple questions. First of all, what court would this item be heard in?
The Saline County District
It
Court.
would be in Saline County. Okay. And second of all, if this was to be put on a ballot, who creates the language for the item for the ballot?
The preparation of the ballot is a function of the county election officer's office. The reason for the format of the ordinance that you've been presented with, 11076, it simply attaches the petition as it was submitted and requests that that be placed on the ballot. We certainly did not want to attempt to structure that in a way any differently than the petitioners had presented it. So that's what prompted the format of simply attaching the ordinance as presented to that ordinance that would then be transmitted to the county election officer if you enact it.
My final question for now is, looking at this ordinance, it deals with the city overriding a mandate that was set down by the state or the county dealing with a public emergency. This would not take away the city of Salina's ability to declare a public emergency if there was something that happened within just the city of Salina. Is that correct?
That would be my understanding.
Okay.
Just a follow up to Commissioner Hoppe's first question regarding the issue of the wording at the top of the initiative. It's noted that it should start, shall the following be adopted. If that wording is not included in the petition as it is now, does the county election officer add those words, or does he or she leave it the way it is?
I am not sure how they would handle that. I expect that would be with the advice of the county counselor.
Any other questions from commissioners? The question that I had in regard to a disaster that might affect the city only, say like in a tornado that has a swath that's contained within the city limits. At that point, in the event that emergency disaster declaration was made, the governing body here then wouldn't be able to impose any restrictions to in regard to curfews or restricting residents going in designated public spaces. I mean, it has ramifications beyond the pandemic and beyond the mask mandate that we've been discussing. Is that correct?
Yes, I would understand it to relate to any emergency declaration
any emergency.
scenario.
Okay. Any suggestions for moving forward? It sounds like, if I'm summarizing correctly, we can authorize staff to pursue a declaratory judgment. We can do the simultaneous authorization of the pursuit of a declaratory judgment while still submitting the ordinance to a vote of the citizens, or we just go ahead and don't seek the declaratory judgment and just put it on the ballot. Am I summarizing our options correctly?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Mayor, I for one, first come first served. I'm for one not compromising the city's home rule power in any way. And I'd like to see it go to the ballot and as well get the court to give us an opinion. So if they move together in concert, I'm fine with that. If I haven't been able to read through the red line resolution you gave me here, but if that accomplishes that, that's where I am.
Commissioner Peck?
No, I don't have.
And I don't particularly have a problem with that. And if that's the way we decide to go, that's fine. I think I would prefer to see the courts either affirm or not affirm whether or not this, the proposed ordinance could be enacted prior to going to a vote of the electors, because I think that in the event that it overturns an election result, I think that creates a lot more division. And I know you said this was up to the individual court's schedule. Do we have any sense of time, length of time on that it would take to get this reviewed, given the considerations? I know that, we had some similar issues with Senate Bill 40. And I understand that there's not the time constraint put on this, but.
So that's a fair question, Commissioner, or Madam Mayor, I should say. In terms of the timeline with what Mr. Scragg mentioned as the date,
right,
on which
the September 1st date.
September 1st date, I candidly, aside from that, the procedure under Senate Bill 40, that was an extraordinarily expedited procedure. I have never seen anything even remotely close to that.
Right.
I would be shocked if we could get a decision before September 1st. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I would be really shocked.
Gotcha.
Does that answer your question?
It does. It does. And I don't know if I'm asking an executive session question, but I would, your level of confidence in litigating this declaratory judgment.
I will defer to Mr. Bankston on whether or not we should discuss that out here. My natural inclination is to think that that's an executive session type of discussion, but I will defer to Mr. Bankston on that.
I would agree.
Any interest in recessing into an executive session for 5 minutes?
Yes.
Do you have a motion?
Not as fancy.
Yeah, I was not looking at you. I was looking at the city attorney. And then while we're looking at that,
Seldom do we ever do it in the amount of time we think we're going to. I might suggest 10 minutes.
Yeah, let's do 2 minutes to walk back.
ah,
I'm not that.
Commissioner Ryan said we were going to be optimists today.
Need at least 10.
Just a point of clarification, that anyone can answer, but if there's no action taken, period, it would be left up to petitioners to get a judgment on the validity of the wording and all of that, correct?
Yes, and I think there's some executive session aspects to that question.
And my final question before
20 minutes.
you propose that. Do we have a sense for the cost of a special election if we did it by mail-in ballot?
I was afraid you were going to ask that question. I had that number and it escapes me, but do you recall? I want to say it was in the.
I don't know why I asked about that on something else we did, and I thought it was between 40 and 50,000.
I had 40,000 in my mind as well, so.
And I can't,
Okay.
that was a question I had asked to the city or the
Okay,
Mhm.
county clerk one time on another item.
all right.
And just make sure that I heard what I thought I heard. This issue if enacted would not affect a state of emergency issued only by the city. If this, well, yeah, I mean, your examples are good, when a tornado just comes through downtown or part of Salina. The county has no need to issue a state of emergency, but the city would, our ability to do that would still exist.
As it reads, the governing body shall not impose any restrictions on businesses or citizens on activities that are otherwise lawful in response to any state of emergency declared at the county or state level. And so
So neither one of them declared it.
that's
City
my
commission's hands would not be tied.
Right.
Statutorily, do we declare states of emergency? City municipalities, or is that a county and?
We don't,
state function?
we can impose restrictions without declaring an emergency.
Okay, yeah,
so
but we
you-
don't make the declaration.
It-
Of the emergency
Not
or
for the
not?
purposes of a state declaration or
Right.
funding, FEMA funding purposes, no.
All right. Did you have the? I know you've gotten up to deliver it to us twice now and we've stopped you.
Did we agree about 10 or?
Well, with the second,
Maybe I'm being optimistic now, but I think we can fit it all in 10.
Okay. Then I move that the city.
No, well, city attorney may not agree with me.
Yeah, I'd say 15.
Okay,
There,
15.
We're at 15 now.
there's some other aspects that
Going once.
have been raised.
Okay,
I move the city commission recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss the subject, the legal aspects relating to the proposed initiative and referendum ordinance with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-43-19B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:20.
23.
23 PM.
is there a second?
Second,
There's been a motion to go into executive session, resuming here at 6:23. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we'll reconvene at 6:23. We are back in session. It's 6:23. And I think that we are going to need a few more minutes to discuss this further. How long do you think we should extend for? We were talking about taking a 3-minute break prior to resuming the executive session. So 15 minutes. We'll reconvene here.
We'll have
Including
12
debate.
minutes in executive session and 3 for the break.
What's that?
3 for the break and
Yeah.
12. for
Okay, yeah, and then
executive
12
session.
for the executive
15
session.
minutes.
Yeah.
I move the city commission recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss the subject of the legal aspects relating to the proposed initiative and referendum ordinance with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at, help me with my math there.
24 and 15, 39.
6:40.
6:39.
Yeah.
And the first 3 minutes of that will be a break.
Second.
Motion and a second to recess into executive session preceded by a break. We will resume in this room at 6:39. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're good to go. We are back in session and we will resume our consideration of item 7.4. At this point, I just want to confirm with council that by taking this under consideration at today's commission meeting, we have fulfilled the obligation of addressing it within the 20-day time period as specified by statute. Is that correct?
Yes, by considering it, the matter failed for lack of a motion, but that
Right.
constitutes consideration under the requirement of the statute.
Okay, so we have, we've fulfilled that part of our duty that's described in the process. And
September 1st
and-
deadline.
being respectful of the September 1st deadline for placing this on the ballot per the county clerk, who's also our election official. So we did have further questions for council, and my request would be that we defer this discussion about how we want to move forward until next week. And council can get us the information that we requested so that we have a little bit more information about how we would like to move forward. And I don't, did I characterize that?
Summarizes. We don't
Okay.
need a motion for that.
I think we would need a motion to go ahead and postpone that till, or
Right.
defer it until next week.
Well, Mayor, I'd move we defer action at this time and instruct staff to pursue the our judiciary options. Bring us further information at the next meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to defer action on this item, pending further legal information until the September, or I'm sorry, boy, I'm already ahead of myself, the August 23rd, 2021 City Commission meeting. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. All right. Item 7.5.
Item 7.5, Fire Department Forensic Audit Report.
Thank you. Mr. Scruggs?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. The item before you today is an update from BKD, who are forensic auditors and who have investigated the use of leave time in the Salina Fire Department. I do have some kind of overarching remarks that may take me a minute. And a lot of this, I'm telling you things you already know, but as a city government, we're trying to balance expectations of transparency and employee privacy rights, and those expectations calls for due process and the city manager form of government. It may not seem like it, but we are trying to be as transparent as possible. We're sharing information that is general in nature and can be shared publicly while balancing the rights to privacy and due process on the part of employees. I think we're being at least as transparent as other municipalities in the format we're taking this evening, if not exceptionally so. Some don't actively disclose or report out an open session like we're about to do. Some are overly broad and invoking the personnel records exception, and others wait and respond to public records requests or media inquiries. With respect to the employees' privacy rights, this evening, we do not intend to provide any comments or discussion directly attributable to an individual. And I really need to caution all parties, yourselves included, to keep questions and remarks at the general level only and avoid getting at the personal level, personnel level. With respect to due process, I've shared these remarks on previously, but I think many employers and employees and citizens in general, whether they realize it by name, are familiar with an employee at will approach, where and Kansas is an at will state. And so unless a personnel action, unless a personnel action is based on discrimination of a protected class, there's pretty broad latitude on the part of an employer. Salina has quite some time ago imparted due process rights to our employees by way of our personnel manual. And so employees have what's commonly referred to as a property right in their employment and their compensation. and we have a detailed due process system and observe the rights that go along with that. So as you know, that system sets up the city manager as the final arbiter of personnel matters, and it's incumbent that the city manager maintain objectivity as a personnel matters working its way through the system. So very intentionally, the city manager remains at arm's length and avoids direct contact until a personnel recommendation or a matter of appeal comes before the city manager as part of that process. And as a little bit of history that I know you've heard before as well, the city manager form of government itself is about 100 years old in Kansas. Primary justification related to employees in that it was objective employee selection and management, trying to address back in the day what was called the spoil system. And so our code delegates responsibility to the city manager and personnel matters, hiring and otherwise are to be done on merit and fitness. And so the city manager form of government is often described as trying to replace the spoil system with a chief executive officer. So I say all that just because that the city manager approach is often confusing. It's not something that people are common with, and that due process role, understandably, is confusing to a lot of people. In this particular case, a concern was identified somewhat simultaneously. We were looking at it from a CPI standpoint, and a staff person in the fire department also raised or confirmed concerns. We took on an initial staff investigation and gathering of data. We recognized that we felt like we needed an outside third party due to the complexity of the topic, the review that needed to be done, the volume of the information, the data, and then to maintain objectivity. We spent a little bit of time just trying to figure out where that investigation would get referred or who would conduct it, basically the type of specialist that was needed, and then identified possible service providers and interviewed them and tried to zero that in. Then the scope of services was negotiated, and we took a phased approach in terms of taking a quick look at kind of a limited amount of data first, and then determining whether a broader analysis was necessary. So this report is the culmination of the work of the forensic accountants of BKD who were hired for that purpose. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I do know there have been questions about use of administrative leave or why we didn't place employees on administrative leave. Typically that relates to events that are more directly attributable to a particular employee. Examples of that might be an officer involved shooting where we know we need to conduct an investigation specific to that officer, or some other more directly observed violation that's directly attributable to a particular employee. In this case, we knew that a detailed investigation was going to be required. Didn't know, but thought that there was a possibility of mitigating factors in the form of past practices or directives that might kind of cloud the issue. We didn't want to create the appearance of guilt prematurely, and we still want to avoid a rush to judgment. The personnel policy provides that with that due process and property right, that administrative leave would be paid administrative leave. So that then brings with it payment to the employees that are on leave, and then backfilling those positions with overtime. So from a financial standpoint, very similar impacts to some of the concerns that we had. And then we didn't have reason to believe that allowing any of the employees to continue to perform their duties would be detrimental beyond the leave concern to the department and to them. So I'm here in just a little bit. I'm going to turn it over to Julia Mast with BKD. When she gets done, I will ask the city attorney to provide some follow-up comments regarding the process and legal considerations he wants to make sure you're aware of. I believe he has guidance on what would be appropriate and what would not be appropriate to discuss. And then I'll provide some additional information about next steps, and you can deliberate and take citizen feedback. So Julia Mast is with BKD. You have received as an attachment to your staff report that went out last week, her report, and she's here to go over that with you.
Thank you. It's good to be here with you today. I'm out of the Kansas City office, Julia Mast with BKD's Forensics and Valuation Services Division. I've been in public accounting for 22 years and a forensic accountant investigator for 17 of those years. And so so BKD was brought in to conduct the forensic accounting services, and we were engaged through the attorneys, through the law firm of Clark Mize and Linville. And so really they're my client and it was regarding the city of Salina. So my plan was to go through the investigation and my report with you tonight. And I'll start with the analysis and then we can back up to the executive summary because I think we can get caught up in that. But maybe we'll start in the details and go to the executive summary. So if we go to page 5 of my report, the city manager did mention that we did phases. And so we started with the year of 2019. And this was an independent look at every single firefighter in the department and their time. And so there's about 90 plus of those. And so we went through every single one looking for unusual activity. So it was pretty independent. We didn't have any preconceived notions of who we're looking for, what level of individual we were looking for. We also needed to understand the policies and procedures of the city or the fire department and really compare what we're seeing to those policies. Because if it's not specific in the policies, it's hard to call something unusual or feel like there is a deviation from the policies if it's not pretty specific in the policy. So we wanted to have a really good understanding of what the policy said. Then we did some detailed time analysis, and this was really a 3-way comparison. So if we want to put up the slide, I've prepared one slide. Do you have the newer one that I sent? Okay. So the first bucket of the slide is the payroll system. The second I would consider to be data tracker across the top, and the third being the Outlook calendar. So we were comparing activity through scheduling from these 3 buckets. And what we were seeing, and this is detailed on page 5, is that how the payroll records show time versus how data tracker and the Outlook calendar show time. And we found some inconsistencies there. For instance, we may have found that the data tracker and the Outlook calendar said somebody was on vacation. However, in the payroll records, it didn't show a reduction to that individual's vacation accrual. So we have a conflict there. If they're on vacation, then it should deduct from the vacation accrual that they accrue up per your city policy. And so there was some different ways that it was recorded within the data tracker and Outlook calendars. It was called multiple different things, and we'll kind of get into that. But really, that is one of the basis. The 2 separate analysis, but really we were looking to see if those 3 matched. There's vacation and it deducted from their vacation accrual. It looked like it was recorded appropriately and we moved on. So we did this for, I think, 99 firefighters in 2019 to start. And really, because if we didn't find really any issues, then we could save Salina a lot of money. So we did that detail analysis. Now the chart 1 on the top of page 6 really shows the result from all of our analysis being sick time. If sick time didn't agree with a sick time reduction in accrual, or personal time didn't agree with, there's 1 personal day that's allowed, or 1 personal shift that's allowed a year. So these are the accumulation of all of those into one chart. And we have it broken down by chief of staff. So that's what COS means, is chief of staff, and that's defined in the report. And so that is for your consideration. Then moving down specifically to chart 2, that is the admin days or the admin shifts. And the analysis specifically on this basically found 2 main findings. We had admin time and sick time. So this is just admin days by the COS, and that we found a total of 260 shifts that appeared to have been taken that didn't relieve the vacation or the appropriate payroll accrual that we would expect to see. And this is over our scope period. I probably should have mentioned that at the beginning. It was from 2014 to 2020, the end of 2020. So that is a total, not just for 19, but for the total of our scope period. We identified 260 shifts that fell into that anomaly where there seemed to be, in the payroll record, you would think that they were there. They were physically there because it was paid just like normal pay, like they were there. But actually, they were not there. They were taking the admin leave. We've heard it called executive leave. We've heard it called comp time. There's many different ways that it has been referred to throughout the investigation. Chart 3 is really the same findings by year, and they are color coded. It's kind of a big graph, but if you were wanting to track certain COSs throughout time, that would make it available for you to do that. So that is what I consider to be admin time or admin days. The next section is about sick time and personal days. And we broke this out separately because we did find discrepancies between those 3 buckets, the payroll data, the data tracker, and the Outlook calendar when it came to sick time being recorded there and not reducing their sick time accrual or personal day. But we wanted to make this separate because I think that with this area, I think there's a little bit more potential for it to be more of a human error. They could have assumed that they would take a personal day here and then they end up taking it at a different time and perhaps it didn't get updated. So we didn't want to lump all of them together in every instance. So, and you know, some of these are sick time, some of them are personal. They're together in this report. So chart 4 shows you by chief of staff the number of shifts that I found had these inconsistencies, these discrepancies between what the data tracker or Outlook calendar said as compared to the payroll data. Down to chart 5 is the discrepancies for sick and personal shifts by chief of staff. Now, one thing that we really recommend to do in situations like this and forensic accounting analysis is do some digital forensics and email analysis. And BKD has a computer forensics lab in Kansas City. And we had our senior data scientists perform some email analysis on containers for 2019 and 2020 provided to us by the city. And we performed multiple different items on these email containers. And first and foremost, we did keyword searches. And I've listed here on page 8 the keyword searches that are very specific to this specific investigation. We also have proprietary keyword searches that we do that are not listed here. This would help us identify email traffic within the department of addressing these items, would pull them out for our further review. We also performed emotional tone detection. This was deployed. This is artificial intelligence that has been developed by BKD that can really identify emotional stress within email correspondence. It's pretty interesting, and I'm glad there's smart people that can do that. We did look for personal emails. That would be where records or information are sent from city emails to personal emails that look like that may have been activity that was taking place. We did do some work on looking into rural fire department, our fire district activity. We did some searches here to see if there's any potential time or asset sharing between the fire department and these rural fire districts. And we did concept searching, which is really where we tell the computer, the artificial intelligence, like this is a finding that we want more of. So see this, go find more through the email containers because there are thousands and thousands of emails. So we did identify emails through this computer forensics that that contained evidence of the use of admin time within the department. And I've listed them all for you. I don't know if you want me to go through. These are high level specific things, but there was email traffic from the chiefs of staff requesting or notifying and kind of the accountants about, we want this time to be considered admin time, or they're going on vacation, so they want 3 days of vacation and 2 shifts of admin time for their assigned vacation. So there was evidence of that. There was evidence of requests to put admin time rather than sick leave. We also did find some correspondence about trying to maximize the 50% buyout of vacation that's allowed per the policy. They have to maintain a minimum amount in their bank, but they can buy out above that. And so it did seem that there was some consideration of whether to apply admin time or vacation to maximize the amount that they would be able to sell of vacation time at the end of the year. We did find some correspondence, not specifically with the COSs, but about the use of sick time for reasons that perhaps aren't really, you and I would probably not consider sick, like being stuck at an airport on the way home from vacation and logging time or requesting to log time as sick time while they're delayed. We did conduct some interviews. Everyone that we asked to be interviewed voluntarily participated in the interviews. I conducted 2 phases of interviews. Everyone that I interviewed was very friendly and were highly professional, and I really appreciate that from the individuals I interviewed. There were some findings coming out of those interviews. I have some of the key takeaways from the interviews in the appendices to the report. Not necessarily going to go through them, but they're there for your consideration. One of the items that came up that we didn't know about before the interviews was the executive leave memo that was provided during the interviews. But I found it as my observation and finding that the executive leave memo was not the basis that COSs are currently taking administrative time, and for the reasons stated in the report. I generally got the opinion that administrative time would not be needed if they had a deputy chief position filled at the fire department to take over some of the duties that the COSs feel like they need to conduct outside of their normal shifts or their normal work schedules. And that was pretty universal. The approval process, there is an approval process put forth in the executive leave memo, but we found that the approval process was not consistent between the COSs. Some COSs weren't aware of this memo having existed. Some of them stated that every single time executive leave or admin leave was taken, they got explicit permission. Some said that they did not seek permission. They just knew that they could take it. So it was very inconsistent between a lot of the interviews on the approval part of it. Also, each of the COSs voluntarily provided their tracking sheet of their time that they spent outside of their working schedule or their shift for us. They don't have a template for this. They all looked completely different. Some of them had descriptions, some of them didn't, some of them were handwritten. So it was not consistent. But the executive leave memo and your policy about this explicitly sets that you're not supposed to bank time. And the whole tracking sheet is banking time to be taken later. And so that I pointed out in my report. Not trying to go through every single little thing. I did want to point out that it seemed I interviewed many people. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but at least 15 to 20 people within the department, which far exceeds the number of COSs that are there. And from my perspective, my analysis is that the admin time is having an effect on morale in the fire department, that currently there And I don't know what the cause, it may be because of COVID, but they're kind of operating on a minimum staffing right now. So every time a COS is not there, then a fire officer needs to be there. And if that COS was the only fire officer, then you have to force overtime for another fire officer to take over, because you need to have one on there at all times. So there's a lot of forced overtime by certain levels of people that have achieved the status of fire officer. And other than that, I think generally there's, I believe that it is affecting morale there. Generally, it seems to be that admin time is known by at least the higher level non-COS firefighters. And it's kind of known as the package. It's the package when you become a COS, and it's not all that enticing to up and coming firefighters within the department. They'd rather just have the time off or get paid overtime if they're going to work those extra hours. Again, this is going back to the the desire for a deputy chief to do those extra items. And I believe that the general theory is perhaps they should all be hourly with the COSs as well, so they can just receive overtime pay when they do work beyond their scheduled time, because they are salaried. So working extra does not provide any financial gain. All right, at the bottom of page 11, I go through the financial impact of the admin time. And this is a bit tricky and confusing, I think, because it's important to note that this isn't, it doesn't have a direct financial impact as of funds were misappropriated or stolen or something like this. This is just a classification of funds that were already paid within the city. So it's not additional monies that were spent by the city. These are firefighters that would have been paid that regardless of how they classified their time. The issue is how they classified their time, and it not being for example, not actually deducting from their vacation accrual. So I wanted to make sure, and I can answer questions about that later. But so we were able to identify, because this goes throughout 14 to 20, but what each COS's rate of pay was at that specific point in time, and put a dollar value for each of the shifts. So that would be the rate of pay times their shift or their 8-hour workday, to come up on chart 6 to be the financial impact of the 240 admin day shifts that we have discovered. So again, this doesn't indicate that the city paid funds out to the COSs out of pocket that they would not have paid. It's just the classification of funds. So this is the value of the funds, the value of the time that they weren't working, they weren't at the city, but the payroll system records it as if they were. Chart 7 goes down the financial impact by COS over the years. So you can see the trends there by COS. Top of page 13, I believe it is. This is where we get into the buyback of time. So the city allows employees 50% of the yearly vacation accrual to be bought back every year. So in this analysis, I determine if admin, this really tells us if admin time had been classified by vacation as vacation instead of regular pay. Since they weren't working, let's call it vacation. And if it had been classified at vacation, the amount of buyback would have reduced by this amount, because they would not have been able to buy back this vacation if it had classified as vacation. And so that over the scope period that we're looking at was $75,373.73. So that is our analysis of that. the overtime impact, that's really difficult for us to evaluate what the overtime impact. It probably can be done. I don't know that you want to foot the bill for us to figure out exactly what went on in every shift. And because this is why there's two ways this seemed to happen. There could have been times where, in December or November, the firefighters schedule their vacation for the next calendar year. And then during that vacation that's pre-scheduled, whether it's called vacation or not, there may have been overtime accrued, or overtime happens because they're on vacation, but that's already scheduled. So it was going to happen regardless of how the time was recorded in the payroll system. So if they were already on vacation, and they say they were going to be gone 5 shifts, and 3 of those shifts went to vacation, and 2 of those shifts went to admin time, there was overtime to cover the shift while the COS was out. They were going to be out regardless of admin time. So that overtime would have happened regardless. And then you have other times where admin time was used or they were out and overtime was needed to make sure you had the appropriate staffing levels at your fire department at all times. And so those two different types of overtime happen throughout the scope period. And that's hard really to delineate very easily. The systems, the data tracker and the Outlook calendar don't have an audit feature. So we can't see if someone moved their vacation from one to another. We don't know when that was. And so it'd be really hard to go figure out exactly what overtime was caused specifically by the vacation that was classified to admin time or just admin time that was taken in addition to their pre-scheduled vacation. Chart 9 is where we are trying to see if there's any trends though that we can compare. So we compare the value of the admin days that we had earlier in the report to the percentages of overtime in the fire department. And it shows somewhat of a correlation throughout time. Now, 2020 is likely undervalued as compared to historic, because the reporting and data tracker and the Outlook calendar really kind of fell off. The last time I heard the words or saw the words admin time was in February of 2020. I think that corresponds from what my understanding is when word may have surfaced about an investigation looking into this, and it became pretty quiet. Yet the activity still happened. It just wasn't called admin time or comp time or executive leave, but we're able to still find some of it, but we may have not found it all at that point because it appears to me that the way things were happening within the three things, the data tracker and the Outlook calendar changed really after that time of February of 2020. So there were financial impact of the sick and personal days as well. There are really only 24 shifts that really fell in this category. And so this is really putting the individual COS's rate for that specific year against the time that it looked like sick time was taken per the data tracker and the Outlook calendar, but it was not relieved from their sick accrual, or there were 2 personal days indicated on the data tracker or the Outlook calendar for the year. And so that totals $18,246.12. Again, that's not additional funds that was sent by the city, but the amounts that is the value of that time. And that is chart 11 goes through that same analysis per year by COS. Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 are really my main takeaways from the interviews that I had conducted in a couple different phases. And then I have attached the executive leave memo and the exempt employee policy as part of the executive policy of the city that says exactly what the policy is to take executive leave, and also your policies, the City of Salina's policy regarding benefits such as vacation. I'm going to skip back to the executive summary. This is all the way back on page 3. I guess it starts on page 2. I do find there's a pattern of this throughout time. Is my observation and opinion that it was likely happening before May of 2007 when this executive leave policy or memo was sent out. And it's been happening at the city of Salina for quite some time. This summarizes the values that we have discussed. But some of my overall findings that we have not discussed is that it does not appear that the city manager's office did not receive a copy or acknowledgement of this use of executive leave memo. And it's my understanding that it may not, likely would not have been approved had they seen this. Because it kind of leaves out some very specific items that is in the exempt policy that you all have and still have today. The main one is it does directly say, and the quote stops right before this part, but it does say that department heads must notify the city manager of time off in excess of 1 day with as much advance notice as possible. Department heads must also receive city manager authorization for time off without use of leave in excess of 1 day. So this was something that was happening on a regular basis. There was occasionally one-off 24-hour shifts or one-off 8-hour days, but there was many times where it was a couple days of the scheduled vacation that were taken or time or multiple shifts in a row. And now those aren't consecutive days, right? Because their shifts are every 3 days. But that was happening on a regular basis. So the executive leave memo did not comply with this policy. The key point being the city manager's approval. The leave was not being authorized as this memo asked for it to be, to where if you want to take a full shift, you need to have permission, and that wasn't being done. And I don't believe that this use of executive leave memo was well circulated within the COSs, as many of them didn't know of its existence, and for some other reasons as well. So that really concludes my abbreviated presentation of this forensic accounting report. And I think the attorneys and I will turn it over for you for questions or however you want to handle it.
Yeah, I've got a couple more.
Thank you, Ms. Mass. I really appreciate your patience today and bearing with us through that long meeting and being here. And I know that we will have some questions for you. I believe that.
Couple more housekeeping items and then can turn it over to you. As I mentioned, I believe the city legal counsel just has some overview remarks that he'd like to provide in terms of this process and legal considerations and what's appropriate and not appropriate to take up in open session.
Thank you, if I may, Mayor and Commissioners. And this may go without saying, but just to be sure that by inadvertence, something would occur that would be problematic. Now that you've heard how this matter has developed and the scope having brought us to the point and at this stage in the process and the personnel aspects of the matter, we do want to be sure that commissioners not suggest particular outcomes or particular consequences at this stage of the matter. And that was simply all I was concerned about, making sure that just inadvertently someone didn't articulate something along that line that at this stage of the matter would be problematic. Thank you.
The only other thing that I had was to talk a little bit about next steps. I think as you know, because of that final arbiter role for the city manager, I've delegated this investigation to the deputy city manager and the HR director. They've been kind of steering it this far, and next steps would be to take the specifics of this investigation and look at each of those as a personnel matter and make recommendations. And then, as I've mentioned, there's kind of an entire due process that would follow according to our personnel manual. So deputy city manager will be looking at the specifics of these, making recommendations for ultimate resolution by me as the city manager. And I guess one last thing that might be worth noting, Ms. Mass, you might explain why the investigation was 2014 versus 2007 based on data tracker data. I mean, part of this whole investigation is possible by having two sets of data to compare one against the other, and data tracker data only went back to 2014.
That is my understanding. So comparing one source to another is not the best way to do things. And so having data tracker, the Outlook calendar to compare to the payroll records, I think was important. Also, I think that given where we are and how much further we are out from that, I'm not sure it heeds a lot more benefit to you all to go back too much further based on current staffing, et cetera.
Clarification for my questions. I have, as one might expect, a lot of questions. I'm assuming that questions about our process are on the table, about the process that we pursued and how we pursued it are on the table.
Oh, certainly.
And is Ms. Fisher here? Okay, there, couldn't see you. There's a couple of people blocking me. So she is available to answer questions from the commission as well. I guess I would turn to fellow members of the governing body, and I don't know how you have your questions grouped or if anyone has as many as I do, but I thought maybe if we could start with any questions that we have for Ms. Mast in terms of the work that she did, or specific questions that we have for her regarding the audit, and then proceed with any other questions for Mr. Bankston, Mr. Scragg, Mr. Wood, or Ms. Fisher, if that sounds reasonable to you. All right, any questions for Ms. Mast?
Just to verify, if I look at your charts, chart 6 and chart 10, the actual cost of the city is additional days off to the COS. Is that correct? When you talk about the dollars, it's actually additional time off?
It's the value of the time off.
Value of the time off, correct.
I think that.
If you look at chart 8, which is actually the buyback of administrative time, that would actually be a hard cost to the city, would it not?
From my analysis finds that would not have been paid out had it been
Right.
correct.
the
So it would
dollars. So that was actually a hard cost
yes,
that was paid out.
it could be classified
Okay.
like that. Yes.
And then again, on top of that would be the overtime that we do not have a hard number for. So,
That's correct.
okay, thank you.
Just have a few right off the top of my head. One, does the artificial intelligence review of this give any idea of when this may have changed just from a misguided decision process just based on culture to what could have been a deliberate attempt to, I hate to use the word deceive, but that's what it amounts to, but to change the classification of the leave? Is it possible to get just a sense of intent
Sure.
From the data?
The data that we got, our canisters were for the years 2019 and 2020. So I think that this started way back in 2007. So we didn't get the containers. I don't even know if they would still be available today, given, storage size, retention, and things like that. So from the analysis, this was an ongoing practice that was happening with no real secrecy about it through most of the time until, and I mentioned this a little in the report, beginning of 2020, when I think the start of this or something, they can talk to that, happened to where they started kind of changing the way that they did things within the accounting system, and were more quiet about it in the email traffic.
Right, and that may have answered partially my next question regarding the data that would suggest the process was still active in 2020.
Yes.
After the investigation became common knowledge.
Yes, and even as recently in 21.
All right, and I don't know whether this will be directed to you or for our staff, but a two-part question. Does the administrative staff entering the leave type, I'm assuming there's somebody who actually has to enter it so that it goes to payroll. Does that person have the authority to challenge the entry? And is payroll in a position as entries are being processed to say, well, yeah, this doesn't look right?
Commissioner, I would be reluctant to have a response relating to that question because it does discuss specific personnel within the department. So
Fair enough.
I would ask that Ms. Mass not answer that in open session.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ryan or Commissioner Peck, any questions from Ms. Mast?
Well, that probably excludes a couple questions I was going to ask. I am curious, you made some personal evaluations on what your opinion was throughout the report and throughout your presentation. And several times in here, it talks about city staff, let's say, not wanting to know about comp time or quotes that were in that direction. And there seems to be some confusion as to whether that was to be interpreted as I'm going to turn a blind eye towards comp time or keep doing what you're doing. I don't want to hear about it. And I'm curious as to what your personal opinion is.
Commissioner, in a somewhat related vein, I don't think Ms. Mast was engaged to make those kinds of determinations relating to people's intent or their mindset relating to the use of comp time. And maybe Ms. Mast will speak to
you hired them, correct?
Yeah.
And this report is full of those types of evaluations, just
Right.
so we're clear.
Right, it's mentioned, yeah, in
We-
two or
we've
three
got
different places. I
judgments
have it,
on-
yeah.
We've got judgments on the department's morale. We have all sorts of things in this report. So I understand where you're headed and I will save that question down the road. I will make sure we kind of follow protocol here, but let's not pick and choose what personal opinions we're gonna look at and which ones we don't want to hear right now.
Sure, and Commissioner, if I could clarify my perspective on that. I interpret, and perhaps I was misinterpreting your question. I didn't want to speak to the mindset of employees as they were defining things as comp time or admin time versus, say, making a factual determination with relating to whether a policy was objectively followed versus not. So that was the distinction that I was trying to make here. And that's what I interpreted Ms. Mass to be doing earlier and in the report was, here's some emotions that I observed in the interviews. Here's a policy and here's the data relating to whether that policy was followed versus what was going through a particular employee's mind or why they did what they did or whether they thought what they were doing was wrong. And that's the distinction that I'm trying to make. And maybe I misinterpreted your question, Commissioner.
No, I don't think you did.
Well, I did have the benefit of talking to the person that is quoted to have said that and understanding that person's the scenario around what was said and when it was said and why it was said. So I had the ability to do that. And also, this is not, to me, this is a factual report. I'm not saying anything in this report that was not said to me about morale. For instance, I was a theme I heard multiple times, not necessarily by the COSs, but by other, okay, I'll stop there. So I don't believe that there's anything in my report that I can't substantiate with my work that is said here. That's not my job to do.
Any other? Okay. You talked about, you used some terms that I'm not familiar with in terms of containers of emails, and using artificial intelligence to, highlight certain phrases or keywords or whatever. The material that you received, those emails that you received to put through your artificial intelligence process, they were given to you obviously by the city via Clark Mize Linville, meaning you did not have the freedom to expand on that search. You searched what you were given within the fire department emails.
Correct. Our data scientists receive the container. So their PST files are the name of Outlook backup files.
Right.
Which IT provided to the attorneys, which then provided to our senior data scientist. And he does this all the time. So
right. And no, and I'm not questioning that. I was just talking about the material that you were given to evaluate was all Salina Fire Department material. It did not expand to any other departments, i.e., say, any other departments within the city. You weren't conducting email searches, keyword searches for anything other than the material that you were given to evaluate.
correct. It was sourced from or to the email containers that we were looking for. So we could have an email that went from the fire department to HR.
Right.
And if they replied, we would have that email too, because it,
Right.
would be contained. But no, we did not look at we did not receive any other containers.
Right. We did not extend that investigation to any other departments. It was interesting. You mentioned that the administrative leave seemed to stop, classifying it as such, stopped in February of 2020. And I found that interesting because, and I've got my own timeline and I'm working with staff's timeline provided. But per the staff timeline provided, on February 10th, there was a meeting disclosing the investigation to senior staff, and senior staff was asked not to disclose that within the department. But yet we do see at that moment in time that the use of administrative leave ceases to be recorded like it had been previously. So I guess that's not a question. That's just maybe an answer for why it ceased to be. You didn't see it anymore after that.
Not
Um,
the specific words of admin time.
Admin time,
In
right.
the data tracker or the
Right.
Outlook calendar.
Right.
Correct.
Just reading through this, it kind of appeared to me that there are two distinct and separate issues. One is like the misuse of the comp time itself, right? And then the issue of allegedly falsifying time cards for personal gain, like maintaining the vacation time to do subject to buybacks. And a question that I had, if we look at the graph on page 7, and I'll tell you right now, I'm not a statistician, and I do have, that was my bugaboo, but I was just curious, why weren't vacation days taken but not recorded in the payroll system added to the page 7 graph that shows sick leave and personal days? Is that something that could be, or
Sorry, I'm
page
getting
7
back
graph, or
to
maybe-
what you are. I was
Sorry, I've
on
got-
graph 7 and you are on graph chart 4. So
chart?
these are in addition to, and I suppose I have it all lumped together in chart 1.
Okay,
Chart 1 does have admin time, executive time. The vacation here is vacation that was not recorded through the accrual.
okay,
It's just what they were classified as
Right.
in the city. So it comes together. The overall finding, I would say, would be in chart 1.
okay. So, okay, so that, all of that is contained together then in chart 1.
Correct.
Okay, I got you. All right. And then I know that you said that in terms of determining the true cost of overtime would have been a really labor intensive exercise. And I just wanted to see if you could kind of speak to the decision about why that wasn't pursued. Was it a cost benefit analysis in terms of, how much, how much data that you thought you could turn up in relation to, the cost of your time to find it? Was there, a deadline that we were working against, that it just wasn't feasible to get it all done in a certain amount of time? But I guess I just wondered if you could elaborate that on a little bit, why we just didn't take that, that extra step in terms of determining that true cost of overtime.
Sure. I think our initial scope did not have that calculating overtime. I think if it would have been possible to do relatively easily, we probably would have gone ahead and done it.
Right.
That we were approved for, certain amounts and with a very specific scope of what we were to do. And so we were trying to stay inside of
within.
that as well. This may have been lost throughout my little monologue there. Data tracker doesn't have an audit feature. And what that means to us accountants is we can't see when it's updated. So whatever schedules today, if that schedule of who firefighters were on today has shifted 3 times before today, we can't go back and see who was initially planned to be on that shift and then where it moved to and where it is now.
Right.
And so that would make it very difficult. Now, what could be done is to go look at all the firefighters that were physically there that were paid and see if they got paid out of rank. There's a captain that was a battalion, acting the battalion chief
Right.
that day, because there's, I think, a raise of pay in there. There was any forced overtime. But again, then we have to look at who was on vacation, right? A COS that was scheduled for vacation, that raise in pay for acting battalion chief or the forced overtime would have happened regardless of whether it was admin time or actual vacation time. So we have to we've got to know that, and then we got to try to back out the appropriate one. So that gets a little messy.
Right. I mean, like you need to have, almost need to have the personnel sitting there and working through it with you in terms of what all was going on at that point.
Right. It would
Basically.
be a
Okay.
lot for Natalie and her staff to help me through, but
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's all. That's all I have for Ms. Mast. Did that prompt anyone else with questions?
I just have one. I was gonna try past the attorney first. Okay. Do the terms administrative leave, comp time, or executive leave show up on pay stubs? And that may not be a
No.
question you'd be able to.
I mean, we can confirm with Natalie, who's in the audience, but I don't believe that. I mean, there's administrative leave in the sense of people that are on, like, with the off, like a shooting or something, and they're on administrative leave. So I don't know how that shows up. Natalie, maybe you can come up here and clarify. But when it comes to the comp time, executive leave, or admin leave in the scope of this report, my understanding is does not show up in.
Natalie Fisher, Director of Human Resources. Julia's right. We need to separate someone from the workforce. The example is someone involved in the officer involved shooting, then it would say paid administratively, but that would be the only reference of when it is designated by Human Resources or the department simultaneously.
All right. So, but the usual, and I'm assuming pay stubs here list how many hours you have of vacation left and how many sick leave left. I mean, that
Yes.
data, right?
Yes, all the accrual balances are on each pay
stub.
Okay,
thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Fisher, as long as she's, as long as we.
Just real quick, I was thinking, and this is just personal recollection, but I was thinking around 2011 is when data tracker 2010, 2011 sort of came to be at the department, or maybe that was just me not remembering correctly. But I know we're going off of 14, but are we sure on the date that data tracker was implemented in the department?
I am not. I was not involved in the development of that, and if we could look into that.
That is how far back the data goes in data tracker that we have access to. So I don't know if it started before then, but we analyzed as much data as we had in data tracker. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I almost specifically remember the chief at the time talking about the
telling it.
system and bringing that to the commission. But
And if my earlier comment made it sound like that's when data tracker started, that wasn't my intention. It was a function of data that we had available from data tracker to compare to time cards.
Okay.
I just had a couple questions, unless there's another commissioner that would like to weigh in here. Just had a question in terms of the personnel manual, because that's been obviously referenced a lot and how we align with that. Can you briefly describe for us what's the process regarding disciplinary action for employee misconduct typically? How does that process work? In general, not specific to this.
Yeah, sure. So as City Manager Scragg said earlier, we do have due process by language within the personnel manual that refers to us. I believe the exact phrase is for cause that is found in there. And when discipline is going to be administered, the department, supervisors up to the department head, has the discretion to impose the discipline at the various levels. The most severe that they could impose at the department level would be 5 days of suspension. Anything beyond that, and it does come over to the city manager for approval. So anything beyond the 5-day suspension up to dismissal, I'm going to throw demotion into that as well, would only be considered after the city manager considers that, and that's going to be in the form of a hearing. We do some intermediate steps to ensure that we aren't misstepping with due process. So at the department level, when we are in that suspension zone where we think that could be happening, the departments will run administrative hearings. oftentimes I am present and conduct those. If there's a standard process that's already in place at the department, that they can handle it without my presence, like they have those. Again, I don't want to get too far into it, but they can handle that. Again, up to the department level, but oftentimes I'm involved and we run those hearings, and the point of those hearings is just to make sure that before that action is taken, that's going to deprive the individuals of their property rights, most often their pay when we're looking at a suspension. We want to make sure that we know their side of the story, that they have an opportunity to provide input. Maybe they have other information or other evidence that they wish to submit that didn't initially come out. And then once that hearing is concluded, then we can be in the I guess, position for the discipline to be imposed. We do also have appeal rights that are built
Right.
in with there.
Right. And I guess where I was going with that question is when you have, say, a class of employees within a department, and discipline, whatever form that takes, is that the sole responsibility of the immediate supervisor or the department head? Or, I mean, whose responsibility is that for initiating that process and getting it going?
Typically, we would expect that to fall within the department. There could be some circumstances that move it out of there, but generally speaking, it would be at the
It
department level.
starts within the department, as opposed to an outside initiation. That's all I've got. Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yeah.
Was-
I'm sorry.
Actually, that was me. It's one additional step in the process. You might touch on the disciplinary advisory board as well.
Sure. So as I mentioned, there are some appeal rights built into our discipline. And with the exception of reprimands, which cannot be appealed, the other forms can be appealed. They would first go to the city manager if he would not be the one imposing, such as a suspension beyond that 5 days or a dismissal or demotion. And then from that city manager level, it could be appealed to the disciplinary advisory board, which is a volunteer board, and we have a panel and we run our process from there.
And they are purely advisory. The city manager is not necessarily bound to their outcome, but it's another level of appeal.
Just to address that, just to my understanding, that board though simply reviews the process as opposed to having the option of overturning your.
But their process includes reviewing the information, hearing, taking testimony from the employee or their attorney, as well as the supervisor, whoever made the recommendation, and the city manager in that instance, because the city managers reached a conclusion, and then they deliberate independently, and they come up with a recommendation. It's not an alternate. It's not I'm drawing a blank on the legal term, but it's not a final determination. It's just advisory back to the city manager, and this city manager can take that under advisement, choose to retain the original determination or take under consideration the recommendation from the disciplinary advisory board.
That does sound familiar. Thank you.
And
One question on, to what extent do we have our new employees sign that they have read the entire employee manual before when they first start working?
They do acknowledge that they have received. I can't tell you if they said that they have read it in its entirety, but I believe something along the lines of reviewing the information. But within the first few days, we do have them acknowledge it, and they get to pick whether they want a hard binder or if they want it electronically to be able to access it that way. And then anytime that we do updates that are approved by the commission, we have a receipt acknowledgement and for many years, the format of the receipt is also a quiz to make sure that we put it in a different form of application of learning, that they sign off, that they understand that these are the changes.
Okay, so if someone were hired tomorrow, policy P33 regarding exempt employees would be in that binder?
So that is a reference to the executive staff manual that is intended for the
Separate from-
department. Yes. So you are not going to find that in our personnel manual.
So just the executive staff would receive that in addition to the regular employee manual?
Yes, and I would have to go back and look exactly to see the access levels, but the intent, well before what we're talking about today, is to rework it to make it a little easier to maneuver within and to make sure that all of our supervisor, division head and up have access to it. So, but because I can't tell you specifically if they all do today, but it is made available for the executive staff, as the name implies.
Are they required to acknowledge they've received it?
We do currently not.
No, okay.
No.
That was it.
I have a quick question, and it's a kind of a three-part question. It may deal more with what we look at in the future than it does today. And the first question would be, being a for-cause employer, does that cause additional challenges for us when dealing with an issue like this? The second one would be, are majority of municipalities for-cause employers or at-will employers? And is that something we need to review for the future?
We certainly can review it for the future. I don't claim to know enough to speak in terms of majority municipalities, but and as far as it being a challenge, I don't want to characterize it negatively, but it certainly adds a lot more process.
Okay.
And I'd welcome others.
The only information I have in that regard, Mayor and Commissioners, is simply inquiring at an employment law seminar at which Mike Sack of the Fisher Patterson firm, who is certainly well regarded in that area and defends employment claims on behalf of any number of cities throughout the state, indicated that continuing or having the for-cause requirement, I understand, is a minority position across the state. Now, that's very anecdotal, and that was simply the question I asked and the answer given.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Fisher?
Ms. Fisher, you might be, I don't really care who answers this, but I was on the limited initial investigation that the city did. Once the information was kind of handed over in 2019, saying there could be an issue here. Can someone speak to about how long approximately that initial investigation by the city would have taken?
Yeah, I'll try to tackle that one. I think we were in probably early spring at the point that we were saying we need outside resources and what might those look like, and started investigating everything from prosecutor to KBI to forensic auditor. But we did spend some time trying to figure out on the assumption that we were going to do this in-house, and what data did we need, and we were building spreadsheets and trying to do some cross-referencing. But yeah, it was, and I'll defer to Jacob or Natalie, but I think we were in early spring by then.
Maybe a half year or so.
Possibly.
According to
yeah.
what I have in my notes, and I don't mean to jump in here, but I did do my own timeline. It looks like we had an executive session on March 2nd of 2020. And just based on an email that I sent the following day to Mr. Scragg, it would appear that that's when the commission became aware. And at least that's what I have from my notes in terms of when it was started to, a discussion was started to go with it, an outside auditing
but
entity.
that's helpful. I'm trying to understand how, and I understand this is a interesting time that we live in, that things get delayed. But I'm trying to understand how it took from October of 2019 till October 27th of 2020 before there's an initial kickoff with BKD. And I didn't know if you guys could speak to that, if I understand that correctly, the timeline.
Yeah, by my notes, I'm not disagreeing with that timeline in terms of the accuracy of it. And we had the initial report, then we had discuss what I would call our preliminary investigations, trying to do data gathering. Then we kind of pivoted from it being in-house to, as the mayor mentioned, bringing it forward and looking at outside resources. At that point, we were looking at those, and I started vetting them in terms of trying to find a recommendation and a resource that worked. When we transitioned to being hired by legal, Cartmize and Linville felt an obligation, and there's some case law, I believe, to that effect, of needing to independently look at those resources, and they did. Then we had a phase of negotiating the agreement. Then we had the initial phase of investigation, and then the final phase that gets us here today. So that's about 6 different segments of it right there. And they all drug out.
And I'd like to weigh in as mayor in 2020. We were dealing with some unusual circumstances, and I know administrative staff was spending a lot of time dealing with understanding and putting together the documentation we needed to do what we did for job sharing, for work sharing, and furloughs. And so there was a lot of time that how many extra meetings did we have? So there came a point where staff was basically had to prioritize. I think at that time, we as a commission were prioritizing trying to keep the city whole at that point.
To some extent, I agree with that, but I'm still having trouble with this whole timeline thing. And when staff knew about the problem, we received an email from the whistleblower. I don't know. I mean, he's disclosed his own name. He's been on KWCH, where he made the assertion. I don't have anything to back it up, but he made the assertion that he had informed HR in July of 2018, and he'd contacted HR again following that time. And I guess my question is, was the CPI project to examine fire department overtime in response to the 2018 concerns that Mr. LePage brought to city staff?
To my knowledge, it wasn't. The CPI effort was in, frankly, we were looking at what's called the Pareto principle, which is where are your biggest activities. And so we were looking at our biggest expenditures, and overtime in multiple departments got our attention. And that was the impetus for me placing emphasis on overtime. So I can't speak to the July 2018
Okay.
in
But
comparison to
that
the
brings up a good
CPI.
point, because that actually adds one more year
Mhm.
to this whole period. And I actually forgot that I mean, can anyone validate whether or not that is
Yeah.
true, that that's the approximate time that the city was first informed about this?
I'm going to turn to make sure if it's okay for me to speak in generalities and not get into anything to potentially take us in the personnel area.
Speak in generalities without, when I say generalities, because it is important to note that if you specify positions, given if there's just a few people in that position, it might be easy to pinpoint.
Okay.
But with that being said.
Okay. So maybe if I'm going too far, you can jump in and stop me. But yes, I did have conversation. My timeline did not match up with that month and date, but I put it later into the year. And there was a concern about forced over time and I had specific notes written. But that was not the individual, that was not the specific focus of the conversation. And there were numerous other things that, for lack of a better word, someone wanted to come in and vent. And I have those notes written, specific items. I really don't think it's probably best if I go beyond there. There was an element back, looking back, absolutely it was there, but it was not necessarily the way it was represented in comparison to the data that was unfolded with the CPI project.
So, just, sorry, just hold on for a second. So whether or not 2018, 2019, I think your timelines, the information that Mr. LePage had provided, that at least as early as October, we had knowledge that there were discrepancies. We really didn't get into, and I appreciate what you're saying about the challenges that we had to deal with COVID, because we had a lot of them. But from October until February or March, we really weren't, we didn't really start dealing with those challenges until I would argue March, when the governor started putting some of the orders in place in terms of the stay-at-home orders. So I do share Commissioner Peck's concern that we went from October until March. It just doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't seem to, the response doesn't seem to reflect the urgency that the situation was revealing itself to be.
And I'm not going to disagree with that, other than to say that part of what we were doing there was trying to validate the complaint and whether we had an issue there. And so part of it was kind of an internal assessment of the complaint. How are we going to assess the complaint? What data do we have available to us? How are we going to get our hands on the data? And then how are we going to analyze it? And so, and we now have gathered all those resources and compiled them in a report. But on the front end, we were, well, we didn't initially have direct access to Data Tracker.
Wait a second. You didn't have, how do you not have direct access?
It was maintained at the department level.
Any further questions for Ms. Fisher? Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I would just offer a little bit of additional information in terms of process and recognizing that we have areas to improve in terms of timekeeping technology. Very soon, you will have consideration or a request to enter into an agreement with a company that would provide us the audit trail features, electronic data, more accountability, approvals, all of those things. I know we discussed it back at the strategic planning session as one of the items that we wanted. We on our wish list that really we needed to move us forward. And the bulk of that project in terms of RFPs and vetting vendors and all that is almost over, and you will have that very soon to consider. So. Thank you.
Moving on, questions for counsel. Any questions for legal counsel for Mr. Peterson or for Mr. Bankston regarding this matter? And I'll go ahead and just continue jumping in here. I guess my question kind of goes to like, what your responsibilities are, both as attorneys and as being of counsel to the city commission, and whether or not, as such, do you have any kind of fiduciary duty to the, if to report something to the appropriate authorities if you have knowledge of a suspected crime? Like if a teacher suspected a student were being abused, I believe they're legally obligated to report that to someone. You can't just be like, oh, you know, we can't just look the other way. Is there any duty or obligation on your part to report that to the appropriate agency? And what would the appropriate agency be? I mean, I know we've talked about KBI, we've talked about county attorney, but is there a specific department in our government that investigates potential municipal fraud?
So Commissioner, I think there are a couple of items within your question. And so I'll try to break those apart a little bit. The first is whether we have a fiduciary or ethical obligation to report criminal activity. So there are very, very limited circumstances in which I believe we may report suspected criminal activity. If there's suspected bodily harm, like say we have a client that indicates they're going to imminently go out and cause serious bodily harm to somebody, we might have the opportunity to do that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not counsel for the Kansas disciplinary administrator. That's not my focus in practice, but I believe that's a discretionary obligation. It's extraordinarily limited.
Okay.
In terms of the investigation of potential criminal fraud, again, there are state agencies that are equipped to do that. But at the same time, I would also note that at least my general experience as a litigator, there are very few cases in which it's a completely one-sided story. You may have individuals indicating that there's blatant criminal fraud happening, and then you go and find out that there is indeed a different side of the story, that the other people may have a legitimate different perspective on the issue. So I would, again, I'm speaking in generalities, but that's been my experience as well. I don't know if Greg has anything else to add to that point, but I believe that speaks to the components of your question, Matt. Here.
I don't have anything to add to that.
Okay. Would the Department of Justice be the entity investigating alleged municipal fraud?
I don't practice with the Department of Justice and don't interact with them, so I really can't speak to what they want to do or their jurisdiction. I would, again, given that caveat, I would be somewhat surprised if the Department of Justice would investigate this specific incident.
Okay.
Could I help answer that question? Because I do a
Absolutely.
lot of investigation. I've actually been an elected official too, so I've sat in your seats before. I've done investigations for municipalities and fire departments quite frequently. And really with taxpayer money, they seem a little bit more interested, but it usually has to be very high for them to spend some time. I've done an investigation in a rural fire department district where there was about 600,000 of credit card misappropriation. So very clear cut. And the IRS got involved with that. But it was criminally charged, but the FBI still was not interested in that, and that was taxpayer funds. So I think it's pretty rare. It's usually, they tell me at least $1 million, maybe less when it's taxpayer funds.
Okay, so that would be something like, that would be a determination that I'm assuming that the U.S. attorney for like that operates out of the office in Wichita would make that determination as to whether or not the fraud level or the dollar amount was high enough to be worthy of being assigned to an entity to investigate it.
My experience hasn't been through a U.S. attorney, but I don't know what the chain of command is. I know that some entities I've worked with have contacted the FBI directly and be like, here we have the situation. Here we have a report from a third party. Are you all interested in taking this up? So that's been my experience, but there may be a different chain of command there.
And if I may, Ms. Mass may be able to speak to it better than I, but the initial advice I was given is those entities are not going to just accept your files and then take on the sorting out of those. I was advised that you need to conduct your investigation, see if you reach conclusions, and then share that. At that point, they may pick up the investigation. But I was led to believe we had an initial obligation to kind of sort through our own data and reach some preliminary conclusions.
Well, and definitely having the data that Ms. Can't talk, has compiled obviously gets us further down the road in that direction. But just going back to kind of this issue of exposure, every one of us here has sworn an oath. And I guess I'm wondering what our exposure is if we have been made aware that that it's more likely than not that a crime has been committed, misfeasance, dereliction of duty. I'm interested in what our responsibility is in terms of, obviously this is the retrospectoscope, but where does that leave us as members of the governing body? And did we uphold our oath?
I certainly believe so. The progression of events in terms of the procurement of the benefit of the forensic audit were conducted appropriately. We now have the benefit of that information. And I would understand that on that continuum, assuming it would be your expectation that the city manager would, with the benefit of this, of the information gained, proceed with the due process that each of those related employees are entitled to. And if that leads to a thought that there is potentially an element of criminal intent, then I think that's when obviously the matter of further pursuit of any appropriate consequences from that would occur. And the evaluation of whether there is any civil liability on the part of any of the personnel involved comes to play there. I think that also is a function of the review that would occur internally and identify what factors might affect whether there is any potential civil liability as well. So that would be my understanding of something you all would, I'm sure, want assurances that now is, that the intent is to proceed with those processes with those considerations in mind of whether there is potentially any elements of criminal intent and whether there's any basis for civil liability, along with the pure employment status aspects of the question.
So we have some degree, considerable degree of ensuring that we haven't been exposed or compromised. I've got a few questions on the language we used in executive sessions, because to claim the need for executive sessions, we've had 3, one on March 2nd of 2020. Wait, is that our first one? March 2nd of 2020, September 14th of 2020, and then January 11th of 2021. And in the first executive session motion, moved by Commissioner Davis, seconded by Commissioner Hodges, to recess into executive session for 10 minutes to discuss the subject of potential legal action by the city with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant, blah, blah, blah. So we started out with, when we were informed about this, with the subject of potential legal action. Then September 14th, and this one is where I kind of get confused. To recess into executive session for 25 minutes to discuss with legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the potential engagement by the law firm of Clark Mize and Linville as the city's legal counsel of a confidential privileged expert in the court of providing legal advice to the city regarding a personnel matter. Well, that's clear so far, under the city manager's purview. While relating to a personnel matter, and this is where I get confused, the justification for the executive session is based upon legal considerations preliminary to future discussions of the personnel matter as it is ultimately defined, prompting the need for consultation with legal counsel, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, et cetera. And I guess I don't understand. We started with legal, moved to personnel. And then when we get to the last one on January 11th, it just is the blank, discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. And so I guess I'm kind of confused as to why we had the changes in those, in the executive session request language.
Certainly. The and the second one was, despite that may be the longest motion
I know.
we've prepared, but that was under the attorney-client privilege, but with the explanation of the personnel aspects.
So the personnel aspects is the subject matter of that.
Well, no,
No,
the executives, the attorney-client privileged component. What prompted that was, and I'm sorry if it was confusing, it was intended to be all the more clear in terms of the situation that we were addressing. There was a time before the amendments that I think occurred in 2017, as far as the statement of the justification for any attorney or for any executive session. Previously, we had an attorney general's opinion, I think it was January 1, 2018, right after the changes went into effect, that told us, just literally because of the way the statute was written, that you have to identify a single justification for the executive session. There was a time, and there's examples in the past where I felt like we had mixed, combined questions. And I would expect that had that motion been prepared prior to the 2017 amendments, it would have referred to both justifications. What I was trying to do in preparing that was establishing what I thought was the predominant basis,
Right.
and that was the attorney-client privileged aspects of the discussion, because we were limited in terms of the pure personnel aspects that could be discussed at that stage in this progression of accessing the expert capacity, if you will, or services. So I felt that the predominant basis for that executive session was attorney-client privilege, but wanted to make clear to anyone that might be interested to know that, yes, it related to a personnel matter. And knowing that we would get to a point where the discussion would start taking on more the nature of the personnel matter as more information was obtained and as the work of the expert developed.
So that's a natural evolution or progression of how it was unfolding at the time. I apologize for going down that road, but
No, that's all right.
And I can follow up with you at a later date. I
Okay.
don't want to take up any more time on that now. But that's all I have for Mr. Bengtson and Mr. Peterson. Any questions for Mr. Scragg or Mr. Wood?
I guess the question to ask is, what's the next step in this process?
We need to take the specifics as it applies to each individual employee and make personnel decisions. As in using the process that Ms. Fisher described. Sorry to keep adding on. I'm repeating myself, but so that's been delegated to Deputy City Manager Wood for the purpose of that initial recommendation, so that maintains my objectivity as the final arbiter.
I'm wondering if, and I don't know if this is subject to FOIA or not, but we haven't seen a contract with BKD that includes their scope of work. Is it possible for the commission to receive a copy of that contract?
So, Madam Mayor, that agreement is of course between Clark Mize and Linville and BKD. The commission, as our client, may see that. I would advise the commission that is a internal agreement that is not an open record, however, upon distribution to the commission, but we may distribute that to you without creating open records disclosure considerations.
Okay, that's good to know. And then, because the billing ultimately does come to the city, I mean, as much as I love you, Mr. Peterson, you aren't just absorbing the cost for the audit internally within your firm.
I would clarify that is generally the practice with any engagement of an expert witness. So anytime that we engage an expert in or outside of a lawsuit, that is generally run through the firm. And in our experience, with exceptions, but in our experience, we pay that. And then of course, the cost according to our agreement with the client is passed on.
And I would, but acknowledging that as a municipality, we're a little bit of a different kind of client in terms of, we are subject to like I mentioned, FOIA or, CORA, whatever, COMA, that your other clients, private clients, are probably not subject to. So I'm just looking at this point as someone who is a member of the governing body that did contract with you for an expert witness. I would request to not only see a copy of the contract with the scope of work, whether that can be disseminated to the general public or not, as well as the documentation that was provided to BKD, dates and copies of correspondence between city staff and Clark Mize Linville staff and BKD, and the invoices and billing records. And we can discuss that. You can think about that. But I just wanted to let you know that I wanted to get that request out there. And we can talk about that further later date. My final concern, and I really appreciate all of you letting me go on for so long. I'm really concerned about the accuracy and the specificity of the timeline that we received, because I think a lot of this boils down to who knew what and when did they know it. And there are some things that I've added to my timeline, whether it's about, in your timeline, you noted that you had met on February 10th with Chief Royce and instructed him not to alert staff about the investigation. And yet Ms. Mast notices that at that point, it mention and categorization of the time ceases to be called admin leave time. There's other things like that that occur throughout the timeline that I've come up with versus the one that we were presented with. Commissioner Peck touched on this earlier. When did we determine that staff was unable to properly analyze this and, and lacked the objectivity to do this in-house? If the whistleblower hadn't retained counsel, would we even be as far as we are right now? Why is the audit report dated August 2nd? And we're here at August 16th. I mean, this is a matter of urgency. I mean, unless, and I'm not putting Ms. Mast on the spot here, but if this report came in on August 2nd, I think that's worthy of, hey, we need to add something to the agenda at the last minute, even if it's going into executive session to take a look at this. But the overall concern that I have is, and yes, I know we were dealing with COVID, but there just doesn't seem to be much of a sense of urgency, and we didn't stop the wrongdoing when we found it. And that's something that I'm having just a really hard time dealing with it, because it could still be going on, and we just don't have any way to catch it at this point until we upgrade our software system. And that's unacceptable for me. And that's not a question, so I apologize.
It could still be going on and likely went on well before the day that we have. So the numbers that we actually were presented with are conservative numbers relative to probably what went on.
If, any further questions for staff? If not, are there any questions or comments from members of the public? And I would remind you of Mr. Bankston and Mr. Scragg's caveats that we aren't here to discuss specific personnel. If you have questions about the process or other questions, feel free, but we are not going to go into specific personnel details.
Do you want me to jump down?
Karen Shade Salina. I appreciate Mayor Hodges's comments at the end because as a member of the public, that's what we're most concerned about is how broad is this? I would assume, I haven't heard the words exempt and non-exempt employees used, but you have some, I would guess this is exempt employees that in other departments. And so we would look or hope that similar attention is being paid. The one thing that I would also caution is you're asking who knew what when, and I would also say, when didn't you take action? And my point specifically, and I guess I'd like to ask, my understanding, this is a forensic audit, so it was very focused in a very narrow way. You all do fiscal audits that are done yearly. And my concern is, if I remember correctly, in 2019, the 2016 and 2017 audits weren't up to date. And I don't know if an auditor would have looked at payroll and overtime and some of that, but and sometimes those are focused on different topics, and maybe they looked at another department and didn't stumble across these issues. But it's broader over a longer time, and nothing was mentioned about other external agencies auditing or looking at this. And to me, it seems like perhaps it could be a part of fiscal auditing or some other kind of services you might want to contract for.
Thank you, Ms. Shade. Anyone else who would like to comment?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is John Blanchard, and as all of you know, I am a former city commissioner of the city of Salina during the time period of April 2013 through January 2018. This was going on under my watch. Although I knew nothing about it, you guys do now. So I'm hoping that you will take this with seriousness, and I know that you will. I'm confident that you will. One thing that wasn't addressed today that I'd really like to, I wasn't going to say anything, but I noticed that nothing was said about Captain LePage, and that's his name. A very courageous whistleblower. Somebody that we hope as leaders, I hope that we would encourage when somebody sees something that they feel is wrong, that they would stand up and say something. There are whistleblower protection laws. It discourages me that the only person that has suffered anything whatsoever in this entire process has been Captain LePage. What does that say about us and our leadership? We drag our feet, we participate in whatever willingness to cover things up or delay them or do whatever. You know, we have, and I appreciate your quote on the newscast a few nights ago, Mayor Hodges. We had a colossal failure in leadership. One of the questions that I share with the two of you is you have a fire chief at the fire department. You are supposed to trust that fire chief. Why did it take 5 months to tell the fire chief that he had a problem in his department? I don't know how you do that, but you five are sitting there and you are to hold people accountable. One thing I also want to point out that wasn't mentioned in the report, or it was mentioned in the report, wasn't really stressed here, is that This is only a few folks. We have a fantastic fire department, and the problem when we don't address these things in a timely manner is not just the good people at the fire department are meant to suffer morale and look bad and everyone casts suspicions upon them, but it also creates a morale problem in the entire workforce at the city where they think if I did that, I wouldn't get away with it. So I hope that you'll really deliberate seriously about what your leadership is, how it conducted itself, and really, we need to fix a lot of things, and I hope that you're up for the task. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. And thank you to Mr. LePage, too.
Dalton, McDowell City of Salina. At what point does it become a problem that Mike did not catch? Mike Scragg is involved in this at some point. When are we going to quit hiding the facts? When are we going to start prosecuting the people who freaking steal money from the city and quit washing this underneath the table? Everything gets thrown under the table. It needs to end. The district attorney should look into it, and the KBI also has a forensics team. So does the Kansas Attorney General's office. Get it out of this county. Let the state or the feds deal with it. And I would recommend that you get a different attorney involved in all this and also get another opinion from an attorney.
Anyone else? Do we have anyone online who would like to speak? I see former Commissioner Hay has his hand raised.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. You know, I sat on the city commission for 2 years, and I just want them to know that I'm very disappointed in the time that I sat on that commission that none of us was involved or even told about what was going on. Anything to do with taxpayer money should have been on the table. They should have told the city commission. They should have told us that, you know, and even if it was an executive session, however, they should have let us know what was going on at that time. It kind of makes us look like a fool when we've gone all this time now, and you have people ask you, well, you were on the commission, how come you didn't know anything about this? And that's exactly what the problem is we didn't know anything about it, and somebody needs to be held accountable for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hay. Mr. Farber, can we unmute Mr. Farber? He has his hand raised.
Hi, Commissioners. I want to echo the question that Commissioner Hoppick asked a moment ago that I don't know that was completely answered. What is our next step? There seems to be a lot of the public who are quite concerned with the taxpayer dollars, and I appreciate even you, Ms. Mayor, and Commissioner Peck as well. This is a serious issue, and it could be still ongoing. How do we know that it's just confined to the fire department? Is it in other departments as well? And I think we would like to know where this goes from here. And if you could just speak to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farber. I honestly don't have a good answer for that. I mean, we do have, as Mr. Blanchard noted, some really good personnel in the fire department. This problem seems largely confined to exempt employees. But the firefighters that you see on the ground doing their business every day, it reflects very poorly on the whole department. I don't know where we go from here. I think I would like to have, before we go any further, I would like to request that we have maybe a 10-minute executive session for personnel. If there are any other commissioners that feel that that would be helpful, great. And if not, then we'll just keep going.
I'm not terribly enthused about having the executive session at this time. I think as far as where we go, as far as these personnel cases, as far as the 5 of us, we don't go anywhere because it's not in our jurisdiction. Where I think we need to rise and shine is to look at the processes that would allow this to be going on and we not know about it. Certainly find out how we can speed up exchange of information from our city manager and department heads to us. I think the burden on us is going to be improving our process. We are not part of the official personnel management.
But we do have a responsibility and we do have jurisdiction over one
point, and that's why I said we have jurisdiction over that one employee. As far as any other employees who may be involved, nowhere in their process is the city commission involved. We certainly can set policy that would make this a whole lot less likely to ever occur in the future and to speed up exchange of information. But I think it might not be a bad idea to absorb this information, to use a tired phrase, sleep on it and decide exactly what we want to do. Now, when I say sleep on it, I don't mean 3 months. We really need to, each one of us, decide, how best we should respond. I typed out 4 pages of notes before I came in here, and I've probably taken another 4 pages of notes since we started. But I would like to sit down and review these 8 pages of notes and have some coherent process. I would certainly hope that no one else, and I won't even restrict it to the fire department, would still do this. I mean, it's one thing if you did it while we weren't looking. Gosh, if you know we're looking and you still do it, kind of like shame on you, but still, we don't necessarily discipline that employee. We do manage the employee who disciplines that employee. But I don't think, my mindset coming in here tonight was to listen, ask questions, and listen again. And I think that's probably as far as I'm ready to go at 8:40 tonight. That's just what I thought.
Yeah, one final thing I wanted to say is, when we're dealing with personnel, I think you want to make sure that you do take your time and that you make sure you have your facts correctly. I think from looking at Ms. Mass' report, we had a wide range of how administrative leave was being used among some of the COs. And again, we had to look at all 99 to make sure it wasn't an entire department that had an issue. Again, as a commission, one of our duties is just to protect our constituents. And I think part of that was leaving the fire department whole, and you talk about administrative leave and you start putting people on administrative leave that maybe shouldn't have been. I think there's a certain amount of information you have to have before you deal with some of these. And granted, it took considerably longer than what we wanted. Again, I think there seems to be a little bit of a difference between when someone thinks we were informed and when we weren't. And I don't know if we'll ever know that answer for sure. But the goal now is to take care of the situation and to make sure it never happens again. So,
one question I did have was, and I apologize if this was covered earlier, but at what time or at what point were you as legal counsel informed that there could be an issue or informed of this issue?
Off the cuff, I cannot respond accurately to that question, Commissioner.
That's okay. It's something I'd like to know. If we go back and look at some time between July and October of 2018, this potentially being brought up to city staff, I'm just curious at what point that was relayed to one or both of you.
And Commissioner Peck, you identified the time period between July and October. I can't speak in terms of specific dates, but I can speak with some more particularity as to that specific timeline. In July of that year was when we started evaluating specifically as legal counsel the retention of potential experts. Now, I did contact another lawyer who would have some thoughts on potential experts, entered into some discussions with.
Now you're talking July of 18 or 19.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
You're
you were
talking
talking about 20. You're talking about.
Yeah. No,
Well, it is, I'm sorry, it is 9 and I apologize. I was all prepared to talk about July of 2020.
no, that's
Okay,
too late.
Sorry.
No, I assume you guys were alerted to this well in advance, and I'm just curious if back in 2018, at some point, city staff was made aware of this. I just am curious as to when legal counsel was informed of, hey, we're looking into this.
I think the most precise date that I could offer this evening is that there was the matter of retention of data that prompted the delivery of that data and securing that data for future reference. And I'm sorry, I've forgotten the date of that first.
Perhaps
affidavit.
4 or 5 months after.
Is it reflected there?
That was in January.
January
I think-
2020.
I think we took the first
Oh,
set
I'm
of
sorry.
data in November, and then
Right.
the second set maybe in January.
Correct.
So
And the safe deposit box. That was, I guess I was kind of curious as to I mean, it's very dramatic, but I was just, the safe deposit box was, I guess I was just curious as to, the reasons we went to, that length, if we had concerns about security being compromised in the city county building, or if it was to maintain some sort of chain of control over the data.
Yeah, well, if I could make a couple of comments. First of all, we're looking at, a lot of these comments are already reaching conclusions or seem to be coming at it as if you've reached conclusions. And we're going to have to reach some conclusions coming out of this report, but we've been very mindful all along that we couldn't take action prematurely until we've gone through the process. So, some of the questions you've raised, completely understandable. Don't think it'd be appropriate for me to answer them in open session as it relates to personnel. With respect to the deposit box, I think my concern, my motivation in all that was we didn't know what we had in the way of data, and we were trying to analyze that data and manipulate it in terms of doing comparisons. I wanted a clean, unaltered record. So if we ended up at the point that we were relying on that as evidence, that we could say, if the conclusions out of this report were ever challenged on the accuracy of the data, we could go back and say, here's an original set, unaltered from the get-go, that we can compare it back against. I expected that there was going to be a lot of interplay. I expected there was going to be a lot of angst, and and that this was not going to be an easy process, and it was going to be challenged from all directions. And so grabbing that data and setting it aside was my intention, was to have a clean set of data that was unchallengeable.
All right, so in terms of where we go from here, I guess, as I said before, I don't know.
Could I
What's
say
next?
something real fast? Because you had mentioned the date of my report. It is August 2nd, 2021. And that's the date of the report is when the last time I made a substantial change to the report. And it goes through our internal control process, kind of
Okay.
QC process again. And then there were a few other tweaks because we were really trying to be mindful of what the city manager was able to see through this report to not bias him in any way. So there were additional updates that were made that didn't need to go back through our quality control process. So we didn't redate the report. So I believe that we only sent the report, I don't know, the 11th or 12th. Well, I think it was just in time for it to be in packet. So they weren't sitting on it and didn't call a meeting for you. So I wanted to make sure you knew that.
I appreciate that.
Right. And also when it comes to our investigation, remember we did it in 2 phases. And so 99, it was a lot to go through. And we went through 99 more than however many there were, multiple of the years, to make sure we were really getting the results we want. And that takes time. The computer forensics and the artificial intelligence does take time. I also was hospitalized with COVID in the middle of all of this as well. So that takes time. So, it did take time. We were deciding if we're going to interview, if we're not going to interview, because we're thinking about what the city manager has to do at the end and being very careful all the way along. So I think that with the investigation timeline may make it look like it was longer than you think that it may needed to have been. But I think it was, we had a sense of urgency during the entire process.
Thank you very much. Just to be clear though, your initial conversation with staff regarding this, I think I saw in staff's timeline, somebody, or maybe it was your report, it's like October 27th of 2020.
That was the kickoff call.
Kickoff call.
Where we were engaged with the attorneys.
Gotcha.
But, we had conversations before, but we knew they were interviewing all sorts of different people. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the initial conversation that we had was late April. I have an email from early May, and it was follow up to a conversation prior to that. So I want to say late April. And then
of 20.
Yes. And we had zeroed in, I thought we had zeroed in on BKD and then had need to go through the process of legal counsel hiring and vetting.
Thank you. All right, what do we have? So are we finished with item 7.5? And if so, in our reordered agenda, don't think we have anything left except for other business. And I know that Mr. Scrigg had an item that he and Mr. Anderson wanted to address. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to give you a topic and you can decide whether you wish to add this as another business item or not. But KDHE recently had some amended guidance as of Friday of last week that spells out gatherings of 500 people or more, regardless of whether they're in state or out of state, could be the nexus for their recommendation that someone quarantine if they're not vaccinated, not able to observe social distancing and masking was not in place. And so while it's not mandatory, that is the KDHE guidance that certainly implicates the river, could implicate the River Festival. We're getting down to the wire, but wanted to bring it to you today. I think Brad Anderson has had conversations with KDHE and County Health Department and has thought through the timing of if you want to take up the possibility of canceling the River Festival today versus a week from today, the implications of that. So I guess I'll stop there, and that's kind of the talking point if you want to take that up as another business item.
what's the will of the commission? Is that something that you would like to add to our agenda for this evening? Would you like to hear if Mr. Anderson has some information from KDHE and then make that decision? I'm looking at you guys for some.
I'd rather hear it tonight than a week from today.
Gotcha. All right, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Brad Anderson, Director of Arts and Humanities for the city. As you know, and as the city manager summarized, we've been busy with an adjusted schedule for the Smoky Hill River Festival since we rescheduled the event. This latest change, and we had made numerous changes over the last few months and actually week by week as we listen to and watch what's happening with increases of infection, increases of deaths in the community, certainly the variant and its impact. So we're not just planning a party as usual. We've been adapting for every week since we announced the change of the date. As an example, last week prior to the KDHE's announcement, we decided not to have hands-on art making for children under a single tent, but to make those bags with the same activities to go because of the inherent risk of both volunteers and kids and their susceptibility. We felt like that was a much safer and easier to manage thing that our staff could still do, and we could better utilize the volunteers. So I'm not gonna have you have to listen to the details that we have, but I have quite a bit I could share if you had what if questions. So we're making those kinds of adjustments every day. Friday afternoon's announcement was troubling to me. I mean, for multiple reasons. Those that city manager, and I with the deputy city manager discussed today that you certainly have to make as a governing body. And I will tell you that that we'll certainly abide and do the best we can under the circumstances with whatever direction you provide. But if you afford me the opportunity, I just have one paragraph that I think I'll share with you as a summary perspective, and then stand for any questions or clarifications so that you can have a better idea of where we are. And this is a longer report that I can make available to you and media and the city clerk if you choose to receive it. But ultimately, the decision to attend and participate in the River Festival rests with each individual. Understanding the risk of participation is a personal decision, which we hope each attendee will make responsibly while considering themselves, their family, and their community. All festival attendees will be expected to comply with whatever guidelines that are in place during the entirety of the festival weekend and to be part of the positive energy and celebratory spirit of this 45th anniversary year. We believe that in an outdoor environment where all of the research that we've been able to do as a staff, it is not scientific. I can't give you as good a charts as you're used to seeing right now, but outdoor events have not been widely attributed to significant outbreaks of cases globally, nationally, or locally in the last year. There are some exceptions in terms of numbers of places like Sturgis that have a completely different practice than what we'll have at that event. But we believe with the 42% vaccination rate, a year and a half of the public to get used to the idea of social distancing, being careful, and taking responsibility for their own health, that we're in a very strong place, or I can confidently tell you that if there was any apprehension that I had for public safety or health in what we have prepared, I would be telling you that now. This isn't about money, and it isn't about our ability to adapt if we had to, or the long-term survival of the festival, because it's bigger than COVID and it's bigger than this year. But I think it's important, and I think the community's ready. And we have the largest number of individuals, businesses, corporations in this community who've underwritten it this year than we've ever had before. So with that being said, I'd be happy to answer questions if you had specific things about what if and what are we going to do. But I would assure you, if you choose to continue to support our efforts, we'll do everything we can in media, signage, awareness, and creating as healthy of an environment as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Have you had any of your vendors or performers or anyone have any concerns about coming to the festival?
On the contrary, we've had regular calls of, we sure hope you're having it. We still want to come. So we did have early on and still to this point, our largest area of difficulty in filling spots was in the visual arts because of multiple factors, but the number of available artists, recovery from COVID in terms of building inventory. And interestingly enough, many of the visual artists who have been successfully showing this summer have had record sales. And so they don't believe they'd have adequate inventory to be able to come. So from our musicians, we're in good shape. We're taking steps both backstage and in the dressing rooms and in that whole backstage area to minimize possible conflicts. We're going to require volunteers in the first treasures tent, which is our only enclosed tent on the grounds, to wear masks. And we'll require masks in our common areas of headquarters, which is our fixed building that is small and tight. So I cannot promise you that people will be inside of 6 feet from each other. But everything we're going to do to raise awareness to minimize those long-term contacts of 15 minutes or more, and that's typically for indoor events, we're going to do everything we can to make sure the public is fully aware of avoiding those circumstances and making informed decisions.
And just to make sure that you're fully informed, and I don't have the language in front of me, but the KDHE guidelines, not necessarily requirements, since they don't necessarily have that authority anymore, but their guidelines are: you attend an event, a gathering of over 500, indoor or outdoors, outside of the state of Kansas or inside the state of Kansas. Their travel guidelines are you should quarantine if you're not vaccinated, not able to maintain social distancing, and face masking was not practiced.
No, and it's both. It's
Yeah.
social distance and mask wearing. And it does say that they should follow the quarantine guidelines. And their guidelines are fairly clear for both vaccinated and non-vaccinated.
If you're not vaccinated.
Correct.
People that won't be vaccinated and won't be wearing masks won't be following guidelines anyway, but.
There are some steps that just in the last 48 hours that we've discussed as a staff. We'll probably be eliminating the food tent as we had planned on early and moving tables throughout the park in shaded areas so that people aren't congregating under a space. We're likely to be eliminating the bleachers because it's not appropriate to have bleachers and try to enforce social distancing. You might get 8 people on a bleacher. That we could get more lawn chairs in that space more effectively, or people on a blanket within their group and serve a larger number. So those changes in terms of we are moving quickly to try to identify it with your endorsement or support to go on. We're going to be hammering on every one of those the gatherings in front of the stage. I just shared with our entertainment coordinator today. We need to find out whatever we can do to avoid the kind of enthusiastic mosh pit in the front of the Stein stage on Thursday night. And so whether that's saying chairs only, or we have to rope it off, or we put our barricades differently, we're we'll be taking as many of those steps as we can to try to have it not look like an unregulated event.
Will there be signage with the KDHE recommendations outside the gates and just,
If
located around the fairground?
Yes, the short answer is yes. We will have the latest KDHE notices and kind of the bulleted best practices that come through the county health department at every entrance, at our information booths, and then as we can identify heavily trafficked areas that are visible. We discussed having to stop the presses on our festival program and trying to put a page in the program that highlighted those, but we felt it might be more important to have it on the front end and visible on the grounds than in the book. So we, as I said, also, we follow up with a press release announcing the latest KDHE guidelines. These last for 2 weeks, and they can be renewed, extended, or something else could change on the 28th or 9th or whatever it is of August. But for these hold for at least 2 weeks. So the other thing, just as an aside, I hope I don't get in trouble for this. You have 2 days to get the J&J vaccine and be fully vaccinated for the festival. So in terms of an incentive to be the best protected possible, wouldn't it be great if we didn't have this problem due to the number of folks who've chosen to take a different path? So I'm gonna.
That should be the headline on the paper tomorrow.
Exactly.
Anything that can be done about the lines in the food court?
We've talked
far
about
as-
that, and yes, that's the other place that is most likely that we're going to need to do that, and that's fairly easy without permanent markings to use our water-based paint to mark the streets in front of those spaces, and then again having signs that encourage social distancing. What and this is again more detail than city manager you all probably want to get into, but we have, through your permission decades ago, you've given us permission to make rules that may be contrary to other rules. So we don't let people bring bikes in or pets or glass bottles. Those are constitutionally protected. Somebody could argue that you're infringing by me not doing that, but for the health and safety of all of the people who are there, and the rules that we've kind of deemed are necessary to make the event as positive as it can be, we've set those. And so if there are, between now and a week from now, if you say, we really want to see a little bit more enforcement in that, we have the option of saying, you're not complying with the guidelines that we've set, and we're going to respectfully ask for you to do so. And we've done that before. And then at that point, if a citizen fails to comply, we have legal or trespassing or other things that we've had to ask, and we've been able to get through that without arrests and without escalating, but just making clear our intent to follow what we said we do and what the guidelines are that are in place.
But having said that, I don't want to create a false expectation that we're going to be able to ensure masking and social distancing.
We will
an
not.
event that large.
We will not.
I guess my thoughts are we move forward and people need to make a decision based on their comfort level with attending at that point.
Is it too late? I was going to ask if your mask was the festival design this year, but I think it's the designs. Is it too late to get mask made with the festival design?
It is too late.
It is too late.
For something tells me if things go at the current rate, we may still be talking about this in June. And sadly, but we may have time for festival
next year.
masks in June if we need to. But I'm guessing that many people with as long as we were masked up still have something in the arsenal that they could wear. We will be providing masks at the sites where we require them, henna tattoos and some other places where there's close proximity. The children's area that are used to face painting, they'll be doing airbrush tattoos on arms and hands, and so that the recipient doesn't have to sit face to face with the person working. So we have those kinds of safety things that we're doing.
We have a lot of, I was down in Nicodemus 2 weeks ago for a dedication of a church there, and I was intrigued by the portable hand washing stations that they had next to the portable potties. But they're real ingenious and all foot operated. You don't actually have to touch anything with your hands.
We own those thanks to the Earl Bain Foundation, and then the service that we contract through. We have the touchless with a foot pump, and we will be putting a supply of hand sanitizer and other things at the picnic tables and disinfecting wipes at the tables wherever food is consumed. So,
and if some can be just even around, because people
correct.
like to put their hands places.
So putting on a festival is hard enough in general. Brad and his staff, they had a real tough decision to make last year in the face of COVID, and they've been doing a great job trying to stay on top of this and react.
Sounds like you're a green light. So
I
thank you for all the work you're doing to try to make this as safe as possible for people.
Can't thank you enough for your support, and we will continue to do our best. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other business? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nobody seems to be opposed.